5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick. Dire team's turn to pick.
The most anticipated series of today. It is OG taking on Team Liquid here in a best of 3. A great boxing match coming ahead of us here in the Western European DPC League Division 1. You're watching Dream League Season 16 powered by Intel, and for Game 1 we're going to have Team Liquid on the Radiant side, we're going to have OG on the Dire side, we're going to have SVG and Cinderin here to talk Dota to you all, because the draft has already begun and we've got a couple of opening picks on the board already. IO going to Team Liquid, who had first picks in.
Yeah, hardly surprising. I think this is a hero that in the current meta, with the pacing and everything, I think this is really strong. If you know your way around playing skirmishing, you know your way around playing timings with the lineups, I think IO will be one of the stronger heroes. I'm excited to see something OG did. We were talking about this the other day, that I think Ember is still underrated. And we were discussing whether this is too early to grab it when there's a counter pick in the face, but OG seemed very confident in getting this, probably for BZM, as his first pick.
Yeah, I doubt they'll run it in the safe lane, but you never know. Yeah. I think it can be a decent hero versus the IO, but it can also backfire really bad. IO being a pretty strong skirmish sustain hero, Ember tends not to fare well versus types of lineups just because his early damage is very chip based. Yeah. Until he gets, you know, his third item, like normally the Ags, some BKB Ags timing, you can jump in and burst a dude. You're relying on these chips with the sleights of fist, the chains, whatever. And if I was just sustaining some fatties going into that don't care, it can be rough. So I would look for them. Traditionally, that's why people like to pair, for example, the Ember AA, which is actually an old school. If you remember, the old OG used to run that in the safe lane. So something like that, right? He helps deal with the sustain a bit. So some tools like that help them kind of balance out this Ember versus an IO lineup would be nice.
Do you think buying Vessel on Ember, or do you think it stifles yourself too much in terms of like progression in the game and you need another hero to buy Vessel instead of yourself? Or
I think if you get it early enough, and like I said, you have other damage instances that will help you get the charges, because once you get that Vessel, your own damage can be kind of low, right? It's basically the exact same cost as a Maelstrom. Yep. So your damage output is significantly lower until you get those charges, and then you take advantage of them. So if you go the Vessel route, I think you need heroes like a Dark Willow, an AA, something like this that helps you deal the early damage so you can get the charge and then abuse the charge once you have it.
So you would say already with Shadow Demon, maybe that's not the direction you would go, because that's lower damage support.
I would generally just say go a damage build, be the semi-carry in this game. I also think it helps for Storm, just having more damage, more wave clear. If you shut down, a lot of times people think of Storm as, oh, you want to have heroes that help this hero shove the lanes in and play the map. Well, the reverse can also be true, right? You're shoving Storm's lanes in, you're limiting his map presence, he gets less runes. All of those things can compound to make his game harder and the Ember's game better.
I appreciate the respect that Team Liquid has put on Amar in the first 2 games they played. He played Timber and Mars, and those are the first 2 bans that Team Liquid went for. And I'm curious to see what he's going to play next, because those 2 heroes are the ones that he is most known for. By the way, in case you can't see, that is a Razor ban. It's very dark, but it's Razor ban.
I think just trying to go through the list of heroes I've mainly seen Amar play in pubs, I think his next 2 on the priority list are Centaur and Tide. Unfortunately, neither of those is particularly good against IO Storm, in my opinion. Centaur can be okay if you have some sort of really overwhelming, like just charge in, get on top of everyone and just burst them out, but maybe with Shadow Demon it's okay from the lane as well. Like it's an okay.
It's a classic lane combo.
It is a classic lane. I think it's a lot weaker than it used to be though. Like Centaur's burst damage output doesn't compare to what it used to be.
5 seconds remaining.
And I also think against IO, if you can't burst the target 100 to 0 in that combo, IO is going to heal them back up and they're just going to stabilize in the lane. Yuragi, oh sorry, not Yuragi. For Liquid, you'd obviously have a lot of Matsu's heroes are good against Centaur. You have Lifestealer, he plays Ursa, neither of which is banned, I believe, currently.
Correct.
So, yeah, so I'm genuinely really curious about Amar, because I don't think he really plays any ranged offlaners. He almost only plays the melee ones, and a lot of the melee offlaners don't like the IO pairings as opponents, right? So that could become a little bit tricky.
Yeah. There's still like tides and stuff, but
yeah, but then you have to ban Ursa, right?
Yeah.
I think if you're playing into IO Ursa as Tide, you're just
I mean, even the Night Stalker got taken out here, which is another hero that's pretty popular for these offlaners in Europe. Would be nice for Storm. You just run in.
Yeah, but they're the ones to ban it out themselves.
Yeah,
so they're also removing part of it. I genuinely don't know where he's going to go with this.
I also like the Grim ban. I think it's another hero that, again, one of these subs that gives you damage for the Ember to help him go in, and is a traditional IO counter. Also creates pretty strong dual lanes. It's similar to this game where they, OG, yeah, so Snap is another similar type of hero. When OG played the Shadow Demon last time, they had a similar setup where they just went strong into the strong dual lanes, and then snowball off of that advantage, which is a nice way to play with Shadow Demon, because traditionally this hero really wants levels. I think if you're on the back foot with this hero, Snap can feel really bad to play. So generally, you want to win lanes with this hero, and then he's going to feel really good, because he's scaling super hard, right? All his spells are tremendous in the mid and late game.
Do you think
getting through that early period?
Do you think you should put a lot of emphasis on having a hero that clears stacks if you're playing with a 5SD, or is that like a secondary concern, or is it too important?
It's definitely can be nice.
Right,
again,
but it's not a requirement.
It's a different stylistic thing. I think you either want to create an aggressive dueling with this hero, kill, snowball momentum, or if you play him safely as a 5, I think the stacking can be very nice. We used to see it a lot with Gyros, Nagas. You can play with Carry Mag or Sven, something like this. Because he does he guaranteed triple stacks. You can even quad stack the jungle if you're feeling up to it.
Previously, we saw Team Liquid with the IO. They played it on the offlane together with the Pudge. They also had a Dazzle there, so like we got a lot of regen and save coming out from them. Is there any Dazzle or Pudge that OG should be worried about, or with the, well, I guess not anymore with these 2 pickups, with the Pango and the Lion, going a different route?
I don't think you should have been too worried about the Pudge, at least. I think Shadow Demon does a really good job at handling that hero. Percentage-based damage with the second skill, the save against Dismember. Pudge is one of those heroes that just hates getting Demonic Purge. Like, you're just useless. But yeah, Team Liquid are going to go for the Pango. This is probably, more than likely, almost guaranteed going to be played by Zai, unless they have some sort of weird strategy where they put it safe lane, but that's very unlikely. And they're actually saving a Mars pick for last, unless, do you feel like is there any world there's a curveball and this can be an offlane Ember? Do you think there's a world that you can run that with Snap and do enough?
When we saw the last game that OG played against Secret, they had the TA, the Ember, and the Shadow Demon as well, the same trifecta. I'm kind of thinking they would stick with the same thing.
Yeah, I really don't think they're going to play an offlane Ember. I mean, we could see it, but
it's a total
super unlikely. It would have to be something where Liquid show a carry that really prompts it, right? They want really specific matchups, and they're willing to sacrifice a little bit, because I don't think the lane's going to be good for him at all. I think in this meta, it's just way too hard. There's too many super high armor carries that he's just not doing anything to them.
The reason I'm asking is that it's pretty uncharacteristic to, at least I feel like it's pretty uncharacteristic right now, to save your ultimate last pick for offlane and tell the enemy team that it's the offlane, right? If there's no flexibility here.
But they do get to see it, right?
They do get to see it,
from their perspective, it's just, okay, we see their offlane, we're going to counterpick with a safe lane, we're going to see their carry, and we get Amara counterpick.
Right.
And some teams really prefer to go that style, especially from the second pick perspective, because you just get to counterpick both side lanes, right? And there's a lot of power in that, especially if your subs can enable
10
the
seconds
duel lanes to a
remaining.
large degree.
It will result in Team Liquid banning out the most obvious offlaner, so the
5
Tide
seconds
Hunter now
remaining.
removed from the pool. Would the Centaur be the other logic? Yeah, that's a tie. Would the Centaur be the other logic ban out for Team Liquid, or is there anything else that you'd be worried about? Because you both mentioned how Centaur wouldn't be that much of a threat because he's not really your typical in the meta hero.
I'm not completely sold on him against the enemy lineup, at least, because you're not escaping Storm, you're not escaping Pango ult. It's hard, at least. Like, if Pango has connected, Stampede will find a lot of spots that it does literally nothing, because you're just chain stunned anyway. It can be okay-ish against Lion if you get the right timing on a Hex, but like, I feel like it's hard to justify picking Centaur generally as anything else than a very farm core if Stampede isn't good in the game, right? Then there's just other options that you would rather have that have a lower cooldown stun or is less item dependent, has more reliable stuff to bring. Maybe Sand King could be decent this game, I think. Some
There's
sort
also
of... Oh yeah, that's another MR hero, actually.
Yeah, Underlord would have been super good as a last pick, especially if it had a good lane matchup. Not a hero we see often, but the Pit in the roots here is just way too good.
Would have been great.
I can still see them go the Doom route. I think the Centaur,
10 seconds
something
remaining.
about that hero though is if you are a really proficient Centaur player, they know how to
5
help the hero
seconds
scale,
remaining.
right? And I think there's a lot of people who ignore the shard on that hero a lot more than they should. And this shard is pretty powerful. It lets you tank up in the fight to a drastically larger degree, and that's increasing all of your damage output across the entire fight, right?
Radiant
So some of
team's
these Centaurs,
turn
they
to
don't
hit.
mind going in lane, just farming, getting super
Dire
fat.
team's
Like
turn
we're
to
talking 15-minute, 3-slot, Vanguard, Hood, Blink, whatever. And you just scale.
A Troll coming out for Team Liquid.
That is probably my least favorite pick of the draft so far.
Oh.
I feel like his matchups here, I need to see it in action, right? Like, this is obviously, it's a good pairing with IO, and I guess it's open-ended when you don't know what the offlane matchup is. This is at least something that will fare well against basically
5
anything.
seconds remaining.
Isn't Shadow
in
Demon
the
really
lane.
good against Troll?
That's one of the parts why I don't like it. So Demonic Purge ruins this hero a lot of the time. I think Disruption can also be very annoying for him. There's just also, there's a lot of poke, right? Like slight chains, a little cookie here or there, the ults, like the range that OG is playing from can be annoying for Troll to deal with. And he also needs quite a bit of time to get through Refraction. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? It's like, he's one of the heroes that can get through Refraction, but it also sucks if you're using like 3 or 4 seconds of your ult on breaking Refraction and not dealing damage, right?
He does have some IO amp this game, which will help him a
That
lot.
helps.
Like Troll's one of the best carries to buff up any of these attack speed, EHP buffs that help him go in the fight, stay in there longer, and stick on a target is really big for him. But every time you tether the Troll, you're not tethering your Storm too, right? So
Right.
There's some trade-off.
Do you feel like there was a different option than Troll that you had like on your mind when you don't know the offlane in that position? Like, what carry do you pick? By the way, the last pick was Dragon Knight here for OG, so a strong, durable laner that has a setup stun for the heroes to combine on. Obviously makes a lot of sense with TA and Snap.
But you can get the Gyro IO.
And I don't even know if it was...
It might have been.
It was not bad.
Not bad, okay.
Or like these other IO pairs, Luna and stuff like that, just present a strong lane, get the mid-game team fight going. But the TA Ember, they're countering a lot of each other's counters, right? Traditionally versus TA, you'd want one of these high agi carries, an Illusion Hero, PL, TB, this type of stuff. But it's pretty hard to just pick those into the Ember, into the Shadow Demon Snap. A lot of AoE magic damage coming out. So they probably felt pressured, go more towards pick a strong laner, especially blind. They don't want to get counterpicked too hard. It depends what ranged heroes they think Amar is going to play. His pool is super limited, like you said, then maybe you can get a bit greedier. But if you
He
think
did stick to melee, but this one has a ranged form.
It does.
that's true. Will he use it? Maybe he won't use
They
it.
won't skill it.
I think Amar will use his dragon form at some point during the game. You know, don't quote me on it, but I have a hunch that he will use it. I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. We're going to find out together with Moxie and Jenkins.
All right, Jenkins. This is going to be an exciting match. We've got Tyg up against some old teammates here. And of course, you know, Amar's been real spicy recently, talking a lot of trash in those pubs.
Yeah, but he's on Dragon Knight this game, so probably going to be a bit less of a flashy performance from him.
Say that, but you never know.
I do like the DK pick a lot for the OG draft. I felt like they lacked Disable, they lacked a bit of initiation and a frontliner, so it kind of checks all of those boxes, despite being a hero that's, you know, not what it once was in terms of being OP. It fit the draft really well.
Well, sometimes it's not all about the style points. It's about, you know, what fits the draft. Sometimes it's the more boring option, but it's the most efficient option.
And going for a bit of a smoke play here. Both teams 5-manning at level 1. You know, the carry does often run this way on Radiant.
30 seconds to battle.
So they may be able, if they stay here, they may be able to get Matumba. Depends if they want to camp or not.
That is the question. They're getting into position here. How do you feel about the Shadow Demon? Because I know I saw that in the draft and I was like, that seems very strange to me when you've got a troll, rather picking up the troll as that last pick.
You know, the troll, I feel like it does really well in, it's like a lane dominator. It's something that I think Storm and Troll function like entirely differently as heroes. So you cover a lot of your bases, like Troll scales, he does that right click, you know, physical damage scaling into the late game. Storm was more of like a pick-off hero, magical damage. So
thanks for
it just felt like an all-around decent hero for the draft.
And nice words.
But
is it just like timing-wise sort of thing, like one...
You know, they both have like mid to late game timings. It was probably just like a, you know, what do you feel like playing? You know, give me Troll. Looks
yes, I'm
fine.
sure it was that casual.
Honestly, that like a lot of the time that is actually how it is.
Okay.
It's just like, what do you feel comfortable with? Like, we already have a pretty well-rounded draft. Like, just give us like what you feel like playing right now. Dead serious. I've heard tons of teams talk that way.
We have the usual lineup here. I feel like we always see some form of the Spirit Brothers facing off in that mid lane. Of course, the Storm Spirit not quite as popular as we've seen more of the Void, more of the Ember, but do have that matchup going on, which seems to be becoming more and more popular.
Yeah, Stormer's definitely good. It's got a pretty high win rate pro level pubs, getting picked a lot more. People are going for that Soul Ring, which lets you be active early, which allows you to match the kind of same pace that Ember and Void Spirit has. That's kind of one of the advantages of picking Ember or Void over Storm, at least in the past, was that you could be active around that like 6-minute rune timing. Whereas with Storm, it was kind of like you didn't have enough mana for it. But now with the buffs to his ult and Soul Ring, he is able to do that.
Pretty quiet though otherwise, mostly just some harass, seeing that Misha's throwing out the disruption, trying to just be annoying over mostly towards Boxy here.
It's an interesting build from Zai. Just straight up Wraith Band, no Quelling Blade, nothing like that. Wants that extra armor. They did buff it recently.
I feel like we've been seeing more and more of these Wraith Bands getting picked up.
Yeah, first item is just interesting. Then again, like, it does make sense because supports are just like spamming regen on their cores now, and especially when you have an IO who is going to be getting a headdress and, you know, giving you essentially infinite regen. The more stats you have, the better. So you don't need those tangos really themselves.
So water runes are getting picked up here by both of the Spirit Brothers. Again, fairly static. I don't think we're going to be seeing any movement until an action rune comes out or until we start seeing those level 6s come out. But a little bit of tagging here between Insania and Taiga. If you've been watching on Twitter, they've been having a lot of fun poking at each other. I believe there was a picture of Insania pointing to, I think it was something to the effect of like target Taiga, but I think it looked like a J. So, you know, maybe his evil twin, Jaiga.
Yeah, they were giving each other shit in the lobby too.
But you love seeing it,
talking
though,
about
right?
yeah, talking about the colors. It's like, oh, Taiga's always in that bottom position on the team. That brown, that orange color.
That's such a weird thing to tease each other.
Dude, it is a thing with Dota players, though. It's like, you never want to be the bottom guy.
Yeah. Taiga, though, taking a lot of damage, gets the hop off on Insania, but he is going to be the first blood.
I feel like that's a big reason that they picked up Troll, just that ability to dominate the lane. You see that there's a Snapfire, and you know that with Troll plus Lion, you have enough slow and nuke that you can always kill the Snapfire on the side of the lane.
I guess Radiant,
even if like some offlaner gets picked where Troll is not necessarily very good against it.
Yeah, because with the Dragon Knight, generally speaking, you're not going to see a lot of aggression come out against him because he's very tanky, but the Snapfire. Misha gets clicked down here by Boxy. Back off of Yoragi. But yeah, no, the Snapfire, you know, you have the cookie hop, and that's about it. And it's not a lot of distance that puts between you and the enemy when you use it. And a lot of times it's used to be an initiating if you're going to go forward, so.
Yep, Snapfire, if you pull the lane back as a 5 and you force Snapfire to play in the jungle against you, then the carry can just run over, and with most supports you can kill Snap. That's like the easiest way to punish her. If you put her with a +1, she's really strong because of the cookie and because of minus armor. If she's on her own, she's killable.
Rocky having popped that refraction as Zion jumps forward. Sania, again, it's these two. They're just poking away at each other. They know that Taiga's on his way over to this mid lane. Mickey sitting a little low here. Cookie out forward. We'll get the stun. It'll protect BZM. Taiga may die for this, though. In fact, he will.
No good.
As down he goes here in the mid lane.
So BZM did have 8 stick charges, but with 3 heroes mid, still nice to save him like that.
Oh my
Zai.
god, yeah.
Right,
He just popped. Okay.
We can still do this.
Money changes hands.
Yeah, that's a solid tip when your 5 is just solo killing the offlaner. I suppose that's the problem with buying no regen when you have a Wisp.
When your Wisp is not there.
When the Wisp is not there, yeah.
I mean, that was very smart, right, on the side of OG to recognize that Boxy's not here, so let's start stacking up that Shadow Poison.
Yeah.
Start giving them the clicks.
I think with the nerfs to DK's passive, you probably can actually kill him in this lane. Even if he hits level 5, like there is always kill threat on him. It's not exactly how it used to be. It's really just a stunner.
BZ, oh, he wants this. He uses those remnants, goes a little bit further, gets the slide off. This cracks me up because we call this the NA special, usually, when you use all of your remnants in the mid lane when you hit 6 to get the kill.
I'm not even trying right now, and I'm like...
Surprised that nobody made their way over, but I guess they just teleported, right? So...
I don't even think there's any saving him. It would just be like a return kill, which, you know, would be decent, but it's Ember. Like, if he has Flame Guard up, it's really difficult to kill him, even if you TP in there, and he's low HP. So you have to right-click him to death, which... hard to do at this point.
We have a TP coming up top. Zoom in here. Mickey's here. He wants to kill on Misha. Gonna go right into the trees. Drag back. And she'll crash up one more hit. Mickey will collect the kill on Misha. Teleports are coming out though. Taiga making his way over. But BZM made his way to the top lane. The cookie hop back over onto Zai. They'll take down Zai. They want Mickey too. Can they get there in time though? He's used up a lot of that mana. BZM, he wants this kill. It's just going to chase after them. It's a slow chase. He's taking too much tower damage. Taiga throwing out the scatter blast will connect over onto 2 and slow them down, but BZM, he's sitting very, very low right now, does not have any more regen, so he is going to have to back off. Meanwhile, Matu and Amar, they're having a good time. They're high-fiving each other. Nice quiet lane gentleman's agreement. Can't really kill each other at this point.
Yeah, so, you know, I said that with the Dragon's Blood passive being nerfed, you can definitely kill Amar here, but he actually is going for a Helm of Iron Will, which when DK was being picked up as a hero, this wasn't the build. So I feel like if you're going Armlet DK, maybe it does actually put him back to that state of like being unkillable, because it is a lot of armor and regen.
Again, another move here. BZM joining in, has his eyes on Zai. Big Melt Strike coming out, need a little bit more damage. Zai will die.
Actually doesn't matter.
Even a master falters.
I like that BZM stayed in the area there. That's one of the nicest things that a mid laner can do, is just like be off map. And you know, you gank a lane and then you kill it again, and then all of a sudden you have this hero that has no TP scroll. Zai, 24 seconds. He's gonna have to walk back to lane. That is massively gonna delay his level 6 on Pangolier. That's an important, really important timing this game.
That definitely doesn't feel good whenever you have to do the walk shame back to lane.
Yeah, especially right before your most important timing, which is level 6.
Up here, double damage does get snapped up by Insania as they find a kill on Taiga over in the bottom rune spot. Mickey, though, is getting chased down. Lots of damage over onto BZM. They have to watch out. Matu in the vicinity, making his way over. Throws out the slow with the axes. BZM turns back around. It's just going to sidestep because in comes Boxy. And this is looking like Misha's going to have to pay for this here.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
Dude, that is a classic Matu. Just like, he's just mid for some reason. You're like, what the hell is the troll carry doing here?
No one expects the position one to gank.
But it's such a good rotation because there's also a catapult alive here. So pairing these heroes up, it means that OG has to respond with a bunch of heroes just sitting mid, and they get a lot of chip damage, they get a kill.
Radiant structures have been
They have to TP in the Shadow Demon to fill the bottle. Yeah, amazing rotation from Liquid. That was good stuff. You really rarely see the carry rotate like that.
I think the only time you usually see a carry rotate like that is Eternal Envy. He just shows up randomly.
Yeah, honestly.
But that's just EE Dota.
And Matu. Like, those are the two that come to mind.
They're beating on
Montu's
Dire's
really
top
good at
tower.
identifying when he needs to be the hero that's pressuring towers. And like, sure, you lose your tower to a DK, but clearly in this game, he has just identified that, okay, I'm the only tower damage. My other two cores are Pangolier and a Storm Spirit. So if I'm not hitting towers, even though I'd really like to farm, we're not going to get any towers. So I have to sack my game a bit and do that.
All right, we get the drag back immediately, though. Ember running away. Taiga is left behind. Misha trying whatever he can to try to help out a little bit, but they're going to run that forward. Can they get the kill on Insania? Yes, they can. But the follow with a really nice Earth Spike. Can they get the kill on Taiga? The Rolling Thunder coming on through. They'll kill BZM, and they'll protect their stack.
Just using it as a bait, really.
Mars here, though. Mar gonna challenge it, gets a lot of those last hits. Very tanky.
My boy's got a full armlet already.
He's a big boy, the Samar, the friendo. Zai joining in. Boxy giving the click. Samar's here.
He is very slow with just an armlet. That is an issue.
Got some cookies to put some pep in his step, right?
That disarm is such a pain in the ass this game.
It's always a pain in the ass.
Yeah, but
The worst is when Pango was mid and he would just disarm you. Like, how is that allowed?
Yeah, it's one of those things that like it turns every matchup. I know that Pango does fairly well versus TA mid, and as we could see in this game, and the safe lane does decently as well. Just because you can disarm her. So it's like she meld strikes you, gets that minus armor, and then all of a sudden she's not getting any extra hits on you.
Stacks are being taken, though, by Yoragi as well. So, looking pretty nice in terms of net worth. A little bit behind here for Yoragi, not where you want to be as the position 1, but not too far behind, as pretty much neck and neck with the Storm Spirit and the DK.
I suppose another argument behind Troll as a hero in this game, even though, as we talked about, the SD is a decent counter because of the kiting potential, is that I don't know if you've ever played TA versus Troll, but it is one of the more frustrating matchups. He just presses ult on you. You can meld strike him as much as you want, but he's just going to perma you and be full HP, and he'll kill you through as many refraction charges as you want to spam. Like, you're just never surviving a Troll, and then you also have that missed chance. So it is a really good matchup, Troll versus TA.
And the 1v1, but like when you look at what they have on board on the side of OG, it is like the one problem with Troll is that if you can control him in any way, if you can disrupt him, if you can halberd him, like he just becomes kind of, I don't want to say useless, because it's not useless, but his ulti just doesn't feel good.
In the games that he looks bad, he looks dog shit. Like that's how Troll works as a hero. And in the games that he looks good, like he looks like literally the best carry in the game. It's just 1 to 100, you know?
Well, they went with the smoke play over to the triangle. They dropped some vision, but haven't quite found a target yet. Although I would say BZM, perhaps they'd like to make some moves on him, but they'd have to dive a little bit. I don't think they're quite ready for it. Draghi, again, this is a nice thing about TA, does have those psionics blades that are going to be able to spill over and just allow him to farm faster.
Yeah, and Matu, to kind of keep up with that farming pace that's naturally going to come out of the TA, he's getting a Battle Fury. And
get close to it, too.
I think it's the right play. You know, it's so interesting because you'd think, like, some guy that's getting a Battle Fury obviously wants to farm, right? But he's been the one that's pressuring towers, and Insania is just getting solo killed.
The tips comes out.
That's
a little bit of rivalry, I would say. The drag back over onto Amar. Gonna take a couple heroes to try to get this kill, though. Toggling quite well, zipping forward again. A couple more clicks. The Rolling Thunder comes in, and it's gonna be Boxy who actually gets the final hit. Picking up forward. They're a little bit off the mark now. And like we said, Misa's just able to go throw him in that little bubble, and they disengage just like that. Zai jumping in, though. Misha, Taiga nearby. Doesn't have that cookie yet for another couple seconds. He's gonna try to slow them down just a little bit, but they'll find the kill on Boxy thanks to the poison. Misha will fall. They'll find another kill on Taiga. Zai gets himself a double kill.
Interesting call from Matu to chase there, like knowing that BZM is obviously in the area and that you're low HP. He just trusted his IO to keep him alive, and unfortunately he did the math a little bit wrong, where he probably got overkilled by like 50 damage there, something like that, from the Ember Sleight of Fist. But it's interesting that Matu's like, oh, they used everything. I'm gonna run in, and BZM's like, all right, freebie, I'll take the enemy carry for free. Sounds good to me.
Don't mind if I Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Don't mind if I do.
Only about a 1K net worth lead going over to the side of OG right now. Currently, TA has overtaken the net worth by just like 800 gold. Not crazy amounts, but that death on the troll definitely put him a little bit behind here.
Yeah, Yuragi is not getting pressured at all. And on Liquid, there's a troll that's running at all of the towers, running at every team fight, trying to farm a Battle Fury and dying. So definitely if you're OG, you're cool with this. This game feels good. Like, you know that you've been 4v5ing the entire game and your TA is just flash farming. And she's going to hit that Desolator and all of a sudden become significantly stronger and maybe then show up to a fight. And instead of a 4v5, you got a 5v5. It's not going to look so good for Liquid.
I mean, it's not that bad. Like, if you look at the net worth right now, Troll's already caught up. Like, it's not that huge of a difference.
The net worth is not, but it's more so the fact that, like, you're 4v5ing the entire game and still keeping up on OG.
Yeah, you always want to be ahead if possible. You don't want to just be breaking even.
Yeah. Old Tumby does have his Battle Fury now, though, so that means he's going to be speeding up on the farm as well. The item timing that I think Matumba wants to play for is probably like Battle Fury, Yasha, BKB, and then they're really strong to take a fight. And then I think every item after that is pretty important. The fights that he showed up to so far have been kind of out of like necessity or convenience. Like, they're just near, they're just happening. Or like he wants to pressure a tower, but it's not really been around any item timing in particular.
Blink Dagger picked up on Amar now. He's going to be able to help jump into these fights and initiate. Smoke play coming out from OG. They know exactly where they are.
Those cracks
making their way over, but they have their own smoke over on the side of Liquid as they're going to back out. Xenia left behind. BZM walking right in front. Misha just going to casually throw out a little bit of blink forward here from Amar, but it was a bait. They go right back in with the Rolling Thunder. Nice disruption though, buying them a little bit more time thanks to Misha, but it's not enough as Amar does eventually melt here. As Matu just starts wailing away on everyone. Dude holding into Blades as if big coming up from Mickey, though, but kill on Misha. As now they'll throw those long-range Snapfire kisses and Mickey taking a lot of damage. Ragi joining back, but Zai, they want this kill on the Pango. They gotta move a little bit faster. They'll hold them in place. The Scatter Blast, just a little bit more damage. Cookie hop forward, and down will go the Pangolier.
So that was a literal 1-for-1, I'm pretty sure. That was a 5 in an off lane for a 5 in an off lane.
The reload coming in hot here. Mickey needs some help. As they'll try to make the plays over to Yuragi. They found themselves Taiga instead.
Yeah, really impressed.
Purge is in the back room right now going, my stonks are going up.
He paid them.
Did he?
He paid insanely.
Is that it? Is that the master way to advertise yourself?
I think so.
You can't buy that line anymore, though, I'm pretty sure.
No, that's true. That's why they're spamming it.
Just to frustrate.
Just to frustrate.
Excellent. Yeah. I can get on board with that.
Yeah, I'm behind that. This was a really nice team fight from Zai. I love that they like walk Insania in first and he just presses all of his buttons, then he dies pathetically as a 5. Like, good, that's it, you did your job. Zai counter initiates, kills Amar, and then also hits the final stun onto Misha. It ends up being a 1-for-1, but I think considering you get smoked into, and that's the reveal of the Deso on TA, you're pretty happy with that for Liquid.
Oh boy, we just saw this fight, didn't we?
Yeah, this is the same fight.
Well, Misha's gonna die, they'll 5 back, they want to get back in Amar. He's a tanky boy, but is he tanky enough? Is it forward again? There's gonna be a Yule. Like a little bit more time, Amar tries to tackle, get the ball over onto the side. They're trying so hard to kill this dragon. I thought they'd actually fight it, but they'll end up losing Boxy and Matu in the process. And they'll find themselves one more kill. Mickey, you stayed a little bit too long, my friend.
All right, well, Amar found a way to make Dragon Knight interesting and high skill. You just buy an armlet and you toggle like 3 or 4 times in the fight. He ends up dying, but there's so much committed to him that they just wipe Liquid. They just kill everybody else in the downtime.
And that's gonna open up the Roche. With a Deso on a TA, you're doing some massive amounts of damage. To be able to get yourself an Aegis real easy like, especially when the enemy team was all dead for the most part. Yeah, and that's an Aegis. Immortality for Yuragi.
Yep, he is looking real scary on TA. He's getting close to the Aghanim Scepter. Once he has that, we have seen what Yuragi can do with this hero. You'd think that this is for farming across the map, but I feel like I see him farming heroes more than I see him farming creep waves when he picks that up. It's like OG, they really up the tempo when they get this item on TA, and the Aegis basically guarantees that they're going to get to it. And I think the last time we saw OG get up an Aegis on Uragi when he was playing TA, they did this similar thing where they just kind of farmed with it. They just used it as like, you know, you want to go on us, you're fighting into an Aegis, so we're just going to free farm the entire map because you're scared.
That's the idea, is to make them play into you. Be allowed to do, or rather, be allowed to do. Boy, my English. Woo. Been hanging out with you too much.
Too many diet sodas,
Too many diet sodas. Oh, God, the Jenkins juice. No, but like that's the idea, right? Is that you want them to play into you and to just be able to do whatever you want. Like, be allowed to just free farm the map, and if they want to make any moves on it, they can. Otherwise, they have to let you continue doing what you're doing.
Sometimes the pressure is on with an Aegis where, like, you know that the late game is just out of your favor. And so you have to, you know, you have to go end. Oh, Yule Sceptering here. They have another Yules on Taiga. They've got 2 Yules so far, which, a good Yules game. Best way to deal with the Troll, honestly. It's a very frustrating item for Troll. He ults, you just double Yules him. He feels very sad.
Indeed.
Storm Orchid as well.
Popping a couple traps. See some movement coming out from the side of OG. I think they want this mid tower, and they're trying to find the right angle on it. Amar gonna take down some of these wards, help himself to creep. And yeah, I mean, like you said, they could just farm with this, but they can also take a mid tower on their way through.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, this is another one of those like convenience plays where it's a tier 1 tower. It's just easy to take. You have a catapult there too, and you know that if you just slowly poke here with your Augie, I mean, how are you going to kill an Aegis TA? And even if you do it, how are you going to kill him a second
twice,
time?
exactly.
Yeah, with the team to back him up, like it's
Middle tower go?
just impractical to defend it. So they take the freebie. Liquid doesn't defend it. I think that's
Radiant's
the
middle
right
tower
choice.
shouldn't have to take this abuse.
We have a Blink Dagger coming out for Taiga now, so even better positioning in a lot of these fights, because that can be a problem for the Cookie Grandma.
Yeah, once you have Blink plus Shard on Snapfire, it's like she not only becomes this like support hero with, you know, minus armor and Mortimer's Kisses for team fights, but she's like an instant disabler, and that's pretty nice. You know, it gives you the ability to like pick people off across the map. And I mean, they already have that ability with Dragon Knight, but what better way is there to play Snapfire? It's like it's just such a solid build.
They are about to have their own global presence as TA does have herself an Ag Scepter, but before we get to that point, we will end up losing Misha here in the bottom lane as Liquid just rolls on through.
It's one of the most like not flashy things, but highest impact plays that we've seen from both sides of this game, where the 5 position just kind of like walks in and tanks the initiation. Because, you know, you're dead for 40 seconds. I think that might have been like a buyback death or something from the previous fight, but
yeah, Misha
still, like, you know, you're almost always gonna have buyback as a 5. Your death timer's the shortest. You can just walk in, like, press all of your spells, and then also, like, if your 5 is dead and the enemy team overextends, you can still fight. Like, that is not necessarily true if your Dragon Knight dies or if your Ember Spirit dies, for example. Like, they go for a smoke after their 5 dies.
EZM throwing out the hole, the follow the Snapfire Kisses, and Mickey's just evaporated.
I know the mysteries.
They want more too. OG, you can see the way that Liquid is immediately moving into the tree lines. They're trying to make some space, and they're trying to get out of there in a hurry. So it looks like OG should be able to put some pressure on this top tower. Everybody's already left the area for the most part.
Tower is being chipped away.
Foxy just hiding in the tree line. No one's gonna look for you, little ball light.
OG, they are... I'm surprised that they're not going for the top tower, but it is an interesting call. Oh, there they go. Never mind. JK.
That cast a curse.
Because it is pretty free. You know, you can just walk in and start hitting it. 20 seconds left on the Aegis.
I mean, this is nice too, right? You take down this tower, this opens up the triangle for the side of OG. Gonna make it more difficult for Liquid because Troll still wants to continue to just hit creeps, and if you're taking away the safety net, well, you might be able to take out Taiga instead. Rolling Thunder, that's a dead Taiga, and now they don't have to worry so much as they're still looking for a bit more as Isaac forward here, followed up with Mickey. Puts the disruption out, try to buy BZM a little bit more time, does have that BKB. So he's gonna just have to remnant his way out of this fight and use the BKB defensively.
His middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a rough time for Taiga to get caught out there. I think you probably assume that there just isn't a ward right there, because that's a weird place for Radiant to have a ward, like in their own triangle. It's super smart to ward there, because then when you leave and, you know, there is this smoke that happens into your triangle, like you have vision into it, and exactly that happens. But Taiga, like, the Aegis was just despawning, so it means that OG, they have to immediately go into evacuate mode, which results in BZM using his first BKB charge to just escape for almost nothing, for almost no cost to Liquid. It's not what you want from that first BKB.
Definitely not. You want to make plays happen, you want to get some kills, and you want to get an objective. So Liquid striking at the perfect time and making the Ember a little sad here.
And Old Tumby's got his BKB fully picked up here, so...
Old Tumby. That's all I can think of whenever you say that.
Sanjin Yasha as well, so he's got that status resist. Unfortunately, not so good against the Yule Scepter, but with BKB, it is. So they smoke up with this.
Amar in position, Taiga as well to break any sort of smoke. So we'll walk into Matumba. Just back off, pop a trap.
Yeah, that was dank positioning. And he was right next to the ward too, so Taiga knows that, like, he's going to get vision of them before they see him there. Yeah, very nice from Taiga.
Oh, and no one's showing up in the lanes. You have to assume they're on their way somewhere. EKB now for the TA. I think they'll probably be looking for a fight soon. Blink Dagger picked up now for the Lion, so even better positioning, better initiation, whatever it is that he needs to do for the side of Liquid. This Lion is ready for it.
And now, at this point, you're getting closer and closer to the point of the game where the 5 walking in and feeding becomes less valuable. Because if Insania has a Blink Dagger, then it means that he can get off multiple rounds of spells and multiple rounds of stuns going into the late game, while heroes have a ton of damage to do in those stuns, and so you actually become a scaling hero so long as you can get in and out of the team fight. So now I think his BKB heroes can probably walk in first, and we're going to see a lot more kind of man mode, like running in like a crazy person from Matumba Man, which he was trying to do in that last fight, but unfortunately for Liquid, Taiga just was there.
Right place, right time.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Where's the party?
Gonna clear up a couple more stats here with Boxy. Everybody's just waiting very patiently now, just pushing out waves, continuing to farm. What's our next big item timing that you think we're gonna see? Because we have a lot of BKBs across the board, like we said, but is it just all centering around the timing of Roche right now?
Honestly, it's like, yeah, Roche matters. I mean, you've Storm on one side, so like Roche is definitely going to matter for Storm. It's not the greatest on Troll, because like you're just going to die and then pump your BKB and ult afterwards. It's really just like who can initiate, like who can take the better fight. One fight for either team and this game goes completely south for the other team.
One fight just to crack it all open.
Seriously, it really feels that way. Like both of the cores on both sides, Matumba and Yuragi, are so huge that I think if they get a good initiation, like they're just gonna get an ultra kill. Either of these two heroes.
Yeah, right now Yuragi 5-0-5, having a perfect game. Old Tumby though over here 5-2-6, nothing to sneeze at. Is actually taken over the net worth at this point as well. So been farming up a Storm. Both of them just very formidable. Taiga blinking forward. He wanted that kill. Gonna have to be careful though. Zai rolling on through. Gonna take a couple hits, gonna try to jump through, but again, they have the BKB, and all of a sudden, Matumba, he's here. Zai, ooh, that last hit might have been enough, but he's gonna go throw up into the Yule, follow up with the Snapfire kills. This is coming out from Mickey. They want that kill. It's a good savior though. Coming out from Misha. They need to get some more lockdown for this troll. He's already out of the Storm using that BKB. They are just going to leave the area on the side of Liquid.
All right, so nothing happened. Very nice. Yeah, that was a nice little execution there from Zai, keeping himself alive and starting that fight. Not exactly the best place to fight for either team, because it's towards the bot area, and you know that Roche is probably respawning soon. And so you want to fight around the Roche pit, but, you know, like I said, both of these teams feel like they've been on the cusp of you know, team wiping for the entire game, and all they need is like to kill one hero, and then I think either carry can snowball and chase and like kill a bunch of heroes here. So both teams feel this this pressure that like, okay, we could like blow this game wide open at any moment.
They're trying to find this opening here on the side of OG. BZM will get revealed. Does throw out the shackles. Goes in through again. Has a BKB. The scatter blast coming out from Taiga. Cookie out forward. That'll be no Boxy Del Matu out in this fight. They're going to try to fight through. Rolling Thunder. Again, another save coming out here for Misha on himself this time. Although he's in silenced up, they're finding this opening. Can they get the kill over on Misha? Sadia sitting very, very low. They'll kill Sadia first. Misha next to follow. But Zai taking a lot of damage. There's going to be buybacks coming out from both of these support heroes. Yuragi hiding in the meld, waiting patiently. Boxy rejoining here with this relocate. Wants to try to help out. Matu's sitting a little bit low. They'll be able to go and pop Matu, and they'll turn right back around again. This score is looking very thick, but Misha comes back in with the save. Can they keep Yuragi alive? Is the question. He's gonna make it out. They're gonna high five all the way through. They kill Boxy. They team wipe Liquid, and they get the rush all for themselves.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, like it could have gone. Oh, wait.
Thanks for kind and nice.
I mean,
Oh no! Imagine you just survived that fight. The hard work that Misha put in during that fight to watch your core die to Roshan.
well, I'm just thinking you're 5-0-9 against this new Liquid.
His only death is to Roshan.
You're feeling yourself, and if frickin' AI, an NPC kills you, like that sucks.
It's okay. BZM will happily help himself.
Oh, don't mind if I do.
This, you know?
It's like Yuragi, you don't get the shard. I'm not saving this for you. I don't trust you anymore.
Dyers don't get to have a shard.
Yeah, Boxy being killed first there is the absolute most important thing for OG, because otherwise he can like relocate save, he can, you know, he can heal save somebody. Like Insania could be alive here, for example, with if the IO was alive. He does buyback though.
He reloads in and he tries to.
It's like at the last second though.
Looking good. Give it.
I think he's able to come back alive, and Yuragi's so close to dying here. But Matumba had to pop his BKB really early, so when you see him die there,
Look at Misha, like the perfect timing, right? Throws up the refraction. He's disarmed, and he still makes it out.
Oh yeah, we'll cut it there. Yeah, we'll go
let's
back
not.
here.
Nothing
Just cut
else
it there.
happened. It's fine.
It's like, God damn it, Yuragi. You're rank 6. Stop dying to NPCs.
All right, 12K net worth lead. We have an Aegis online for OG. Technically, he still has not been killed by the enemy team, though, Yuragi. You know? I don't know if that's impressive or depressing. When
I agree with that. I don't
consider,
think.
but
I don't think Roshan's an enemy, because you go into his house and start fighting him, and he fights you back. And it's like, oh, he's an enemy. He's
you're
fighting.
robbing him. You know?
You're literally murdering him.
Yeah.
And then robbing him. The
Yeah.
murdering to me is probably worse.
I should think so. Yes.
Not much good.
Not a fan
Radiant's bottom tower.
of murder.
That's good to
Anyway.
know. Thank you for clearing that up for us, Jenkins.
OG absolutely murdering Team Liquid here.
Looking very powerful. Is there guys that drank their gamer juice this morning? Liquid, feeling a
They're
little...
Red Bull, because that's what OG is sponsored
Yes,
by.
that is their gamer juice of choice. Liquid, though, they're, I mean, you still, Matsu's, you know, despite everything, still top of the net worth, still very powerful. It's just these fights are going so sideways for them. And a lot of the times it feels like they're just not prepared. OG is bringing the fight to them, and they're being very aggressive.
And we're seeing in these fights exactly why people are so critical of Troll as a hero. It's that there are just a lot of strong things in the game, you know, heroes, concepts, items that exist to kite Troll. And like, sure, he does this absolute immense amount of damage if he can get on top of you. That's a big if. That's a big if. You know, you have a Snapfire Cookie, you have Shadow Demon in prison, you have Force Stabs, you have the Purge, Dual Scepters, just so much.
I figured someone was coming here for Zai, but
Who's baiting who, though?
that is the real question, because I think they're just gonna leave. I don't think they want this yet. Look at this. They're out of there. So a nice little play, right? Coming out from Liquid, forcing out some TPs. They know that they want to be very aggressive, but the reload, of course, you know, that is going to be on cooldown. They'll have to keep that in mind.
Visibility.
So how does Liquid make OG play into them? Right now it feels like they just want to avoid it at all costs, right? Because they have an Aegis, they've got this lead. What's the play here?
So the play, and I clicked his eye to see, because immediately when you're like, well, you know, what do they do? I look at the TA and I think like, okay, Yuragi needs to be dealt with, but I don't think they're killing him because there's too much save coming out from OG. So Zai has a Heaven's Halberd, they're gonna Halberd Yuragi, and then I think they need to kill the SD, because otherwise SD is going to kite your Troll, and Troll can't do anything. Like, Troll can 1v5 if he doesn't get kited, but that's tough. So I think you need to kill the kiting heroes, but during that, you can't just die to Yuragi, so that's where the Heaven's Halberd comes in on Zai.
Smoked up over on the side of OG. He's trying to get some information.
Radiant's
Will
top
find
tower
themselves
has
Matu. Hold them into place.
Radiant's top tower has
Back off a
fallen.
little bit. Amar getting into position. The IO coming in. We'll be able to save him. He's going to end up paying for this with his life. So Matu does go to the tower.
Yeah,
so
Liquid wants to
perhaps
fight.
hoping to catch them off guard. Just a plonk right on Boxy. Let's F in chat.
How fast do you think Amar was like spamming his on the IO relocate?
I like to think he's a cool guy, just kind of casually like, oh, I know exactly the time.
No, that kid was spamming it. He was 1,000 APM, I can tell you that much.
All right. Aegis does get reclaimed, so Liquid has managed to outlast that. Be a little bit less scary getting into these fights. But the fight is coming to them. They've got the Deso, got the damage, got full Daedalus over on Yuragi. So these towers are crumbling.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh, and there's a double damage rune in the top area.
They see Mickey because they have that nice...
Look at the way they circle like a bunch of sharks. Mickey didn't even get a chance to be alive there. Chum in the water, my friend.
He's sitting there thinking like, what? Why is the outpost vision so large? How did they see me? There's a ward on it. They see you.
Is a good ward.
Yeah, the warding has been really nice from both sides. Just placing wards like in a place that would be defensive usually, but when you're ahead, you know that the enemy team wants to like farm into your area. So it becomes like an aggressive ward the more ahead you are. That's it's not an easy distinction to make when you're a support, because like if you're warding defensively, or if you're trying to ward aggressively, and you end up putting one of these wards down that's like inherently defensive, and then you're not ahead like you think you are, then it's just a defensive ward and your team flames you. It's like, dude, where's the aggressive wards? But in this game, it is an aggressive ward.
Well, gave them enough information to make a nice play there. Does feel a little hard though right now for OG to go forward, and we did just see the Heaven's Halberd is completed now for Zai. So they'll have to find the angle though to make it work. That is going to be the tricky bit. These movements have been very, very nice this game.
I feel like they need a second one, because I guess on OG, there's just so many heroes that need to be dealt with before Yuragi. So many kiting heroes. Like, you have to kill Snap. You probably want to kill... You could even, like, argue killing DK first. But SD, of course. Oh, they're going.
Oh, they want Matu. Scatter Blast, Matu. Starting to go forward a little bit. You can hear, though. That's the team nearby. Ready for action if necessary. They've gone and just smoked up. We'll drop another trap. Pop.
You and I.
Easy, I'm just poking. Little pokes here and there, seeing if they can bait anything out, as Liquid still struggles to find this angle. OG, though, back off a little bit. Looks like they're trying to decide, do they want to go back in? But they have to suspect what is on the side, preparing for any attack that they might need.
It's also like just a little too close to the Roche timing where he's lost a game because you get a little too excited. You have this lead and you right before Roche, and you know, support thoughts head on a buyback. You would otherwise be able to take the Roche, and then you can't. So kind of like in any game, you just think, like, we'll just wait for the Roche spawn, but it's a very late spawn. 2 minutes, 40 seconds, something like that, almost max. though. It's not going to be up anytime soon. It's going to be a pretty passive game until then, I think.
Because you said that we're going to have a fight break.
Yeah,
immediately. You know that, right?
Well, OG honestly is doing a really good job poking. I like that they're not afraid and that they're constantly like threatening Liquid. Like, think about how oppressive that feels in a game where like your strongest hero is running forward. You know that like that hero, if they get gone on, it's a good fight for you. And so OG is just like, yeah, we're just gonna blink in and do damage to him and just mess with him, get him like a little bit low. So it's like, okay, maybe if we go on them at 100% HP, it's going to be good for you. But if they're at 60% HP because we just keep poking and we're not afraid of you, like, is that fight the same? It like makes you second guess yourself if you're Liquid. The fact that OG is playing with such cojones, although they don't have to right now because, of course, Liquid is just sitting in their base.
So it's kind of, it's the idea of war, right? The idea of warfare is that you wear your opponents down to the point where they're forced to do something out of desperation. And you're forced to go and try to get rid of some of those resources. And this is, you know, they managed to get the hit off. They're going to get the disarm over onto the troll, though. He just can't do anything here. Mengsedih they'll already take out Sadie, and Sadie buying back. You can see those Snapfire Kisses getting dumped up, but they have the BKBs. This will take down Misha, so there's no save available here for the side of OG should they need. Nice kitty out there coming out from Tiger. They get the kill over onto Zai. Lots of damage being placed over to Boxy. They'll get the kill on Boxy as well. Another buyback. This little Wisp wants to be a part of the fight, jumping back over onto Tiger. Nice scatter blast, but with Boxy tethering up, we'll be able to go finally help kill off Tiger. Yagi, big hits coming out. Mid-game falls, Boxy falls. Yagi does so much damage to Matsu. They have nothing to cancel out the stun there, and he is going to make it out. Looking very, very nervous on the way out.
I could see what Liquid were trying to go for in that fight. They were trying to chain stun onto BZM while Mickey jumped the backlines and jumped the SD, but unfortunately for Liquid, SD was able to get the Imprison off, which saved BZM for long enough to turn and win that fight. But I can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to do this like split fight thing where they have a few heroes dealing with a few different targets. And man, it's so hard to fight in Dota like that. It's way easier if you just have an Enigma or Tidehunter. It's just being annoying. I love how aggressive he is with his poking though. It's like I said, it just instills so much fear in you as an opponent. It's like, is this guy like committing or is he not? Like he's remnanting in, so it kind of looks like it.
Is this guy just crazy? You know, you never know.
I don't think he knows. I think he's just feeling this game right now. And I know that's a lot of the time what Ember Spirit players do, so it doesn't surprise me.
Ooh, are we about to get an ads for Mr. Shadow Demon? Who's getting this? Is it Amar?
Nah, dude, that's a support. You don't give supports the Ags. He's the 5. He can buy his own.
He can't buy his
Hell
own
yeah,
in this economy.
My boy. Picking up that Ag. He's got that Scotty. I love that Amar is always like, I'm a carry. I'm not buying offlane items. Guy doesn't even have full boots.
He's too cool for brown boots, dude.
I love his build. I was watching one of his pubs the other day. I saw him go Butterfly Mars. And I was like, I can't tell if this is like terrible or the most Chad thing ever. And then he won and he's like
it's
ranked.
Chad then if
he's ranked 50. Yeah, it's like he just thinks totally differently about the game, which is so cool to see.
He's got to be careful about that though, because he can get punished for it.
Oh yeah, we saw that. I mean, we saw that a bit in the previous series that they played. He got punished a couple of times.
A little bit.
But it's something that can be dialed back. Like, I think he's, you know, a diamond in the rough. I don't want to say diamond in the rough. He's on OG, but...
Yes, I don't think
he needs to
call him a diamond in the rough at this point.
A little bit of polishing, and this kid is scary. Like, seriously world-class scary. He already seems pretty nuts. But I think he even has potential, which is...
I mean, that's the fun thing about seeing these very young players, too, is that they haven't reached their max potential yet. They're still training. They're still learning. They're getting the chance to play against very large names. It's a pretty cool thing. Yagi taking a little bit of damage here, does have the Aegis, doesn't seem too concerned, just going to continue to poke. And like we said, it's coming down to who has the most resources in these fights, because they're pretty tight, it feels like, a lot of the times. But if you could chip away at their health, right? If you could start a fight where some of the heroes over on the side of Liquid are just a little bit lower, that can determine how everything goes down. Staying Pokemar, he's in. Gonna zip in with BZM. The long range kisses. Oh, two on the back line here from BZM. He just goes and cleans up both of them here. As now he's just going to keep moving around. Montu running for his life. They have that BKB on him. Zai rolling around, trying to force them off of this tower. They'll go, and they don't have any creeps just yet, but they're on their way. So they'll take down the tower. They're going right for a finish here.
All right,
boys. All right, I see you. Montu, the jump forward again from Amar. Look at this. He's just like, all right, Amar, you do your thing. I'm just going to hit these buildings. I would like to win this game. Please and thank you. Cookie out for it. Another save over to the back lines.
Look at the DK slow plus Scotty.
And he's so tanky here. Look at him. So yeah, they're doing a lot of damage, but like this is just not looking good for Montu here as they have some big damage coming up from Yagi, coming up from BCM. Mickey jumping forward, has that BKB been taking too much damage from the TA. They'll get Montu. Montu having to fight back now. Old Tumbiangi. But the damage is being done to the towers. The Ancient is exposed. I don't know what Liquid Matumbabe can do right now as Mickey. They're trying to find anything. They're trying to punish them. They can't even do it. Mickey will fall. A Cookie hop forward. They've got their eyes again. They'll kill Matumba Man. And this is looking like this game is very much belonging to the side of
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
There it is. There's the GG call. We got OG. They're looking real good.
I mean, these are just two exceptional world-class teams. And I think if you're Liquid looking at that game back, you just think like the way that OG played their team fights was extremely good. They were always jumping the back lines, and Liquid did try to do that, but like one or two team fights too late. And it seems like
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick. Dire team's turn to pick. Yeehaw! 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick.
Weaver.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Radiant team's turn to ban.
Slada.
Alright guys, I know we probably lost this
Dire
game,
team
but we can
ban.
still do this.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick. Radiant team's turn to pick.
Dazzle.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick.
Shadow Fiend.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick.
Tide Hunter. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Razor.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban. Radiant team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team's turn to pick. Dire team's turn to pick. Decided?
Alright guys, I know we probably lost this game, but we can still do this.
Choose your hero.
Honestly, I'm really impressed. Thanks for kind and nice words. Thanks for kind and nice words.
This guy's
Prepare for battle.
You're dead.
Thanks for kind
this
and nice
guy's
words.
tipping me.
Behold!
Alright guys, I know we probably lost this game, but we can still do this.
Here I am. "30 seconds to battle." The battle's starting! First blood!
Alright guys, I know we probably
This is how I help you get better.
I'll never give you the satisfaction. You have been denied.
I guess Radiant fortified their structures.
Never refuse gold given.
Don't mind me. A prize. Perhaps.
Dude, can this guy stop taking me? Oh, okay, whatever, dude. I just woke up, not even trying right now, and I'm lagging.
They're beating on Dire's top tower.
Let the sharks have my flesh. Invisibility.
Greetings. Here I am. Silence. Bounty killing.
They're just leaving Amar up here all alone. And again, I feel like this lane should have gone much differently for the side of Liquid, from what everyone was saying anyways.
He's not supposed to farm that well. I mean, he's not. Like, the old Dazzle, where the Q could be procced by Razor, you could probably kill Amar up here. But
Dire's middle tower is
Another thing
under
that has
attack.
changed in the past few years with Dota is people are really good at like staticking and always 50-50ing the off lane. Just pulling the creeps back to your tower, and it's like, you're not going to dive that tier 1 tower to get a kill on Amar. So as long as like he can cut waves and deward and pull camps and stuff like that, like he's got ways to play the lane.
Indeed he is. Nice little bash here over on Insania. Just gonna back off. Bottom lane, the cookie out forward. Not sure they have quite enough to finish off Zai. He is underneath the tower. Foxy clicking away on Taiga, looking to see if he gets final kill, but Taiga going to run into the arms of his fellow supports. They'll salve up. That's a Zai, but Zai's salve gets interrupted thanks to that gush. A little bit of a stack camp here too. A couple of these creeps.
I like that they're down here with Taiga, because I feel like this is recognizing that SF, if given like a little bit of a lead, can just absolutely dumpster in terms of CS. Like, you just can't enter the lane against him. But Zai is honestly just playing this really well. Like, his little mechanics with like pulling creeps away, like you see him doing that with the hard camp, you know, getting last hits with his empower. Like, Zai is just a really good instinct player in general, but also like when it comes to lane.
I also think this is a very good hero for him on top of everything else. We do see the rotation of the Razor. Let's go for the RP coming out from Zai. Let's deal all the damage as possible. Yagi trying to run away. He's not going to be able to do it. He will fall. So will Misha on the back line. So a good rotation here. And again, it's Mataba Man.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I love his rotations in both of these games. Once again, just to like restate it, it's not something.
It's not typical of your position one to make
It's not
the
typical
rotations,
character.
right?
No, it's not. But
I would say this is something that Liquid does even before they picked up, you know, Matu here, is that they always kind of hold that thought. Stania. Use the Dream Coil. Box trying to get some damage over onto BZM just to force him back a bit. So the Dream Coil gets used, doesn't end up resulting in a kill. But I would say that, you know, OG in the past, they always were very flexible with the way that they move their players. So it wasn't necessarily, you know, always the mid player who's going to be moving. It's not always going to be Koipa. It was, you know, sometimes it was Meke, sometimes it was Boxy. Sometimes it looks like Zai's taking a lot of damage here and needs to get himself underneath that tower. Yagi starts pulling. Oh, he's going to turn back around, give a couple clicks off to Meke. BZM joining in has the silence up. They need to have some sort of way to hold him in place, though. I'm not sure they possess it at this time, as more people joining into the fray here. Misha getting clipped around. Boxy dropping the swarm over onto Amar. Needs to be careful, staying very, very low. So has to get that bug off as fast as possible. Looks like BZM will assist with that. Gonna just go away, but they still manage to get the call onto Amar. Misha clicking away on Zai. Taiga's here, though. They're gonna try to make some moves over onto Zai, but they need to be careful they don't go too far. Another orb getting tossed out. Boxy looking for this opening. The Remnant forward. They'll find the kill on BZM. Liquid this time bringing all the aggression to the door of OG. They're not done. They want Misha. Can they get him? Yes, they can.
I love how active they're being. Like Boxy in particular. Every single time you see a play made by OG, it's like the camera moves a little bit to, you know, the south or the north or whatever, and it's like, oh, Boxy's already there, throwing bugs on the back lines. Like, he's being such a tremendous pain in the ass right now. And, you know, you are a hero that has max move speed, so I suppose it's, you know, easier to do this on Weaver than other heroes, but to just have the wherewithal to, like, always be at the fight and in the most annoying place possible. I mean, it's carrying Liquid right now. It's letting Mike, like, go back in every time. Like, he's just in and out, in and out. Keeping Zai alive, too. Zai's itemization. This keeps him alive. He's got the Ring of Health. Yeah, they're just, like, poking. Like, look at this.
I know, right up back lines. It's beautiful, the way that Boxy's allowed to skirmish throughout this entire time.
He was mid, too, doing this, like, exact same thing that we saw in the bot lane. He was being so annoying. Like, this looks like a really good hero for Boxy.
Well, he played some of that in the off lane, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not like he's a stranger to it. It's just slightly less farm priority.
Yeah, he's not a stranger to forward position either. It's like on previous Liquid, he would frequently play forward position, sometimes swapping in and out with Taiga.
Getting so excited that the entire webcam shakes here. But Misha is going to get left behind. As Matu uses that plasma field, BZM gonna grab himself up a nice invis rune. Mikke is going to be denied of that.
Poor Misha, his inventory is so barren.
Sometimes it'd be like that as the 5.
It's so sad. No boots, please. I need shoes, my feet. But BZM does have his travels up. That means that think OG naturally are going to have a bit of a map advantage. He can always be bot and then also like show up towards top.
Right now, and I'm lagging.
Let's get on with it.
They're really protecting this top tower quite well. Had a couple skirmishes coming out here from the side of OG. They've just not been successful, as Liquid seems to have a good idea of how they want to approach this. But again, sometimes it feels a little like they just keep throwing bodies up against the wall, right?
I like it. I mean, they have the heroes for doing it. Last game, Matumba Man was running around on a troll, which is pretty atypical, and you know, running around on a Razor, maybe atypical for a carry, but not atypical for a Razor to do. So if they do have the heroes for running and taking these small skirmishes, absolutely. Like, they don't have crazy team fight, but they do have these like great skirmishing heroes. Weaver, Ember. Once Zai gets up his blink, like they will have good team fight, but you know, that's always a later item for Magnus offlane.
I was referring more to the fact that OG keeps throwing bodies up into this top lane. Like, you can tell they really want to crowd
OG does, yeah.
They're just struggling.
Yeah. That rotation from Yuragi was one of those, like, on the cusp of... If you go at, like, 6 minutes, there's almost no way to defend a tier 1 tower. And so he dies, and then he goes up there, and he's like, well, okay, I can't go back bot because it's unsafe now, so I'm just going to go top and get the tower. But it's getting to the period where, like, you now need to make a move for that tower.
Right.
So it was in that weird, like, interim period where it's hard to be 100% sure if that's a good play or not. And I remember in that fight, like, Zai survived at 10% HP or something. So it almost was a good play from OG. It's just, like, a little bit of a miscalculation and good plays from Liquid.
So is this a situation where OG should continue to throw their bodies over at Liquid, because Liquid does have a great skirmishing lineup?
No.
Or, yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Yeah, look, you can see Boxy spent a lot of time up here, and did end up falling in one of the earlier skirmishes.
I like how you say Boxy because it's Slardar. You're like, oh, surely that must be Boxy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, my brain. My
like,
brain.
I see Slardar and I think immediately like Boxy.
Yeah.
Not even trying.
But, yeah, Mar's been chilling top, and he is close to his Blink Dagger, so I think that's probably what they're going to wait for. They also have Ravage on Misha, who probably his timing is to get a pair of boots so he can actually get in there and hit that Ravage.
He's getting closer. He's saving up those pennies. Look at it. Yeah, he's got them queued up.
There we go. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Boots.
No. What are you doing? Go get your boots.
Doesn't have enough yet for the boots. He's going to walk into Zai. Zai going to deny Misha the dream of having boots on his feet. I don't know if they go for this chat. Yeah, you know, they're going to fight into Amar here if they're not careful. They're dragged back. Oh, God. Misha's...
Dire's top tower is under
Let the man
attack.
have boots.
That's one of those things where if you're Misha and you walk up there, you're just like, what the hell is Zai doing here? Zai has the habit of doing that. He's just in like really weird positions, but then they end up being extremely good positions. Like his read on things, his instincts are just insane.
Look at the way that they're zoning over here. Like Liquid is just completely taken over this area.
Take this abuse?
And it looks like OG just doesn't know how to respond to this now.
Ember is looking like a really good hero in both of these games.
Radiant's middle tower
Mickey's well known for his Ember play,
yeah,
too.
Mickey's playing it extremely well. Like, I just want to shout out Boxy because of his like being in the right place at all times. But Mickey on Ember, it's like it's the same thing. He's been just poking and being this like massive nuisance. Super farmed, and you know, we talked about it, like he's the hero that needs to be farmed because they have a Magnus in power, so he's the one that's going to be getting buffed up by this. So him having a good game is really good for Liquid.
Mickey just walking into the smoke gank immediately is leashed up. Does have Boxy nearby. Does have Insania though, who's going to be able to go throughout the shallow grave. He'll have a little longer. In fact, Mickey thinking about going back, and that's like this. That's a considerable amount of damage.
He's got his Sange now too, so like man.
Zai has a full Lotus Orb, by the way.
Yep. I'm actually seeing this a lot more frequently these days. Lotus, it's just an amazing item. It's fantastic against Slardar. It's fantastic against all of the minus armor that OG has. Actually, I saw Zai do this in a pub. He was Silencer offlane, and he went plate mail, building into a Shivas and a Lotus Orb. So, like, he just thinks that if you're going to do a minus armor strat, there's just good enough armor in the game that it's just not good.
More bugs being placed out. They have the medallion on Misha. A couple of these click silence, though, getting used on Mickey. Has to back off, but they have the Lotus Orb to help protect him. Feels like OG, they just keep trying to crack this tower, but Liquid giving them no quarter at all.
Now, that and the more that I think about the Lotus Orb, I'm thinking about how OG like wants to get back into the game, and to me, it's they pick up the Blink Dagger on Slardar, and then they like burst somebody with the minus armor in the stun duration. But if Zai is just sitting behind and like Lotuses somebody and takes that minus armor off, I think that Liquid has such a gold lead that if it's like an Ember getting gone on, or even like Matumba Man getting gone on, I don't think they're going to kill them because of this Lotus Orb. So Zai, by picking this item up first, like it looks funny, but he's kind of like taking away the one obvious way back into the game for OG, which is super cool.
He's completely buffing and protecting, right? Like you've got an Empower that he's going to throw out. You've got the fact he's got a Lotus Orb that's going to be able to remove any silences. It's nice. It's definitely a different way of looking at, you know, playing the position for the offlane.
It's really good, and pairing it up with Matumba Man's BKB timing too, you can't just ravage him and deal with him that way. And you also can't just slaughter amp him and deal with him that way. Like, if you can't kill him with physical and you can't kill him with magical, like what the hell do you kill him? What's left? What's left?
Tower has fallen.
It's so smart.
OG feeling a little pressured here, not feeling comfortable enough to be fully in their own triangle. They are split up a little bit though. They're trying to, you know, push out several lanes. You can see BZM doing the puck thing, where he's just gonna try to give it a shove. Of course, very difficult to get your hands on them, but they're in the Roche pit.
Yeah, they're
on the side of Liquid. They're not afraid. They have plenty of negative armor. It's pretty hard for them to make these moves. In fact, look at this Boxy. He's gonna go poke a little at Misha. Again, they have that medallion, and this is some of their big team fight here. If they lose Misha, it's just, yeah, look at that. Just a casual little click coming out from Matu.
My boy still has no boots. I mean, this is how support Tidehunter can feel if the lane doesn't go particularly well, where you're kind of just a Ravage, but Liquid hasn't given them the opportunity to use the Ravage in a way that wouldn't just be terrible.
Yeah, if he went to him, we'd lose Taiga there, but like if they had forced out a Ravage, it would have been a waste.
Yeah,
would have been a complete waste because, you know, he needs to have that. So they're just finding him really early. And again, that is, you know, the position 5, you're supposed to tank, ganks, break smokes, but when you're that important, it becomes a lot more difficult for you to play this role on that hero.
Yeah, the Ravage becomes more and more important the farther behind you fall, because it's like, okay, like, you know, how are we going to kill them when we're at this deficit? Like, we need to hit more and more heroes with this AoE ability, because then you get more value out of it. But you're doing that with a guy that like just picked up boots, and God knows he's not getting a Blink Dagger for another 20 minutes in this game. So yeah, it's tough from OG, and Liquid is just doing a really good job pressuring. But also on the flip side, I like that OG is like, all right, we're in just farm mode. Like, we're never fighting them. We're not going to get this top tower. We'll just split push them entirely. You lose Rush for that, though.
Do indeed. So Matumba Man picking up the Aegis of the Immortal. And I'll be interested to see how they decide to move here. We did just get a Blink Dagger picked up for the puck on the side of OG, so there'll be a little bit more initiation if necessary. God knows Misha is not going to be able to provide that. Not right now, anyway.
He's trying.
He is. He is indeed. But this Blink Dagger not going to help out the puck right now. Throw out that Lotus Orb. Oh!
Dire Snow fortified their structures.
Ooh.
I like that Zai tries for it. Like, he just can't resist but to go for the really high skill plays.
Doesn't matter.
Where like you shouldn't be able to catch a puck because you know puck can just phase shift blink in the right direction, but he's like, I'm gonna frame perfect this. It's like, okay, Zai, let's relax, dude.
Maybe next time. Amar, though, does get spotted out by Insania and Nick. Rather, he walks right into them. They'll go for the Ravage. Oh, look at the button pushing, though. They get the save off. Last second, Amar will fall. Mickey, is he going to make it out alive thanks to his support? It looks like he is. Jump forward here from BZM. Going to try to punish this, though. He stayed a little bit too long, Mickey. All of Insania's hopes and dreams for naught, as now he's going to get clicked down by BZM. Zai also forced to run away. Can they finish him off? Can they cancel it out? They cannot. So they'll end up losing Mickey, despite Insania's best offer here. And Zai immediately throwing out Lotus Orb, waiting patiently. This time they'll be able to kill the puck.
It's a big rip in pepperonis to hit such like a sick shallow grave that your core just like walks in and dies afterwards. Like, no.
That was so fast.
Mickey,
those reaction times.
Yeah, that was sick. That was sick. I mean, the thing is, like, they get a bunch of kills from it, so just the delaying the death by that much longer does actually matter. Obviously, you would prefer if like Mickey just 100% survives there and then you get the puck trade, but the Grave allows
look at
you to
this.
eventually get the puck trade.
Ravage.
Like that was
Bam.
That was like last possible millisecond. He was about to get hit by that tentacle.
Very well played. Very good button pushing, but then you stay around just a little bit too long. These things happen.
Yeah, to be fair, like Mickey's been playing on the cusp for the entire game. That's what we've seen in both games from both of these Ember Spirit players, is just being this annoying menace that's like constantly using Slight and playing the perimeter of the fight. So like it's just it's a fine line to tread is all.
Like we said, the margin of error is very small between both of these teams, as the level of Dota has just gotten better and better every single year. Everyone just starts getting better and improving.
Especially with these two teams. Like I genuinely feel like looking at the rosters, and especially with the performances we've seen, these are like two top caliber teams.
Oh, Misha, he's just gonna try to teleport out. I'm not sure if he's gonna make it though. Too much damage coming off of Mr. Tumba, and that's the shard for Taiga that just got sniped. That's a big deal.
Tumba Man has the
they go for RP. Zai wants his kill. Knows the rest of his team's nearby. Go for the present Dark Lord, but he is not going to be able to survive that. Or rather, the Requiem Souls. My bad.
Cracks in Dyer's
This is the one downside to SF Carry, is how insanely squishy he is, and like boy does he feel this way when you're behind.
Dyer's bottom.
You can't get caught out like that. That's the problem. And I don't know. I expected them to be right there, though, the way that Zai just ran in with his face. Lamar should be able to teleport out in time, but sitting a little bit low here. As you can see, BCM, he was hoping to get this carrier snipe. Does realize that there are a lot of heroes nearby, though, so he's going to teleport out. Taiga, Zai. Whoop. There he goes. He's going to drag him a little bit closer, push him away. He's very tsundere, you know, this Magnus. But Taiga will be able to teleport away.
Oh, so close for McKay. I just realized Yuragi is not maxing Presence of the Dark Lord. He actually has 4 points in stats and then the talent.
Is that typical?
No, I mean,
no, I don't think
usually
so.
it's max Presence of the Dark Lord and you're skipping Raze for stats. And like now at this point, we're skipping the Aura for stats as well. Like at what point are we going 0 skills? They can't do that on SF, but it's funny how that works. And still he's not tanky enough to survive the RP combo.
All right. Well, time is a-ticking. Liquid go for the smoke play, but also CT and Misha. He's actually getting closer to that blink dagger. Now has to be very careful not to get picked off. Aegis does get reclaimed, but they do see BZM.
Not much good happening to Radiant's bottom
Be
tower.
able to orb away. Looks like they're still hunting though, considering still chasing after him. Okay, getting into position as they're gonna put pressure on this bottom tower. They already have Tumba pushing it, heading the building.
I love Refresher Orb on Razor. It's so good. You get 2 links, you get 2 ults, 2 plasma fields, which is, you know, alright, but most importantly, 2 BKBs. And like you can link the same guy twice and you just get like literally double the damage. Unfortunately, you don't steal double the damage, but you do get double the damage. So you don't actually need to build damage items on Razor to do damage as a carry. And I think it's a really good hero.
Mickey about to walk into quite a few heroes that were smoked up, but Liquid also playing their own trap here. So G comes up the stair here. Zai walking forward is going to just blink back. Quite sure about the positioning here as they'll pop the BKB. Matu just running down Misha. Don't have to worry about that Ravage at all. As Liquid just continues to take control of this Radiant jungle. Put the pressure on.
I love the items that Liquid have built in this game. They have this Lotus Orb first on Zai, Sanj and Kai and Sanj, on Mickey on the mid lane, so he's able to tank all of these spells. Boxy's got a Solar Crest, so that's more armor, and then AC sticks item.
Oh boy, the buyback from the Tidehunter. They want to punish this. They have the Dream Coil. There's going to be the fear coming out. Long range kisses from Taiga. Getting dropped as Liquid is forced back. Insania taking about to tick damage here. Misha throwing out the Ravage with the slide. Oh, the slide from Mickey. Cleaning up. They're going to go right back in again. Mickey chasing after the Shadow Fiend. Turn their attention, that's Taiga. They want to make sure that they can get the kill. Follow up, Boxy is forced to use the ultimate. The puck should be able to run away. They'll throw the bugs out just to see if they can get any more vision. Not going to be able to quite connect over onto BZM now as they're forcing themselves into the base. There's still a tower up there, Liquid. Might want to focus on that before diving on in. But they're feeling bloodthirsty.
That was pretty close to the best initiation you could ask for from OG. Hitting both Magnus and Weaver, the two, like, you know, backlining slash supporting heroes. You're not hitting the Dazzle, it's probably your number one hero. From Amar. The Ravage was really good in that fight. Matumba didn't have BKB as well, and so, and still it goes the way of Liquid. That's gotta feel bad.
A little bit of high five here, BZM. Gonna get chased down. It was a Zai versus Mickey. Who could get there first? And it is gonna be Mickey.
Couple of free bounties too, not bad.
And all I can think of is that screenshot of Purge when he's found like what 4 bounties.
Yeah.
His face just supremely disappointed.
The crazy thing about bounty runes in Dota is that like picking up those 2 bounties there is actually worth more in terms of gold than BZM dying on puck.
Yeah.
So with that being said, obviously the actual death timer is of supreme value. Like that means that you can run mid and get that tier 2 tower for relatively free on Team Liquid, and it also lets you control this triangle.
Top tower is under attack.
Well, this time around, Liquid bringing all the aggression to OG, and OG's really kind of just tied into their base. You can see Amar is trying to push out, trying to get into the jungle, trying to get anything that he can, but the rest of the team struggling. See now the net worth 17k over on Razor, 14k on Ember, and Puck doing Puck things. Probably the only person who can really move about freely.
Dude, heads up.
Look at this. They know the chase is on after Amar. They'll slow down using that plasma field. They'll leash up their fish, take him for a little swim, and it's a dead Amar.
Shout out to Insania, who placed the ward. Taiga?
Dominating. Tower is under attack.
Hell yeah.
That ward on the top lane, the lane ward, that is the only reason that they were able to see. I can't see who placed that. I don't know if it was Insania or Boxy, but whoever placed that is an absolute god, realizing that OG, they're going to have to run through these lanes and do these cheeky plays to get out of their base. So that's the only reason that they know that Amar is in there.
The ward belongs to Insania, by the way.
Oh, how do you see it?
You can click on it, and then you click on another button.
I knew that was Insania ward.
To push back on BZM here on the screen. The zip is on Mickey. He wants his kill. Boxy keeping tabs. Is going to go a little bit further, but they needed more lockdown. So the slippery little fairy dragon will survive. And I will say, one good thing going for OG right now, look what Misha has.
I don't think it matters. I really, it's, you know, it's a 5 tide. So you're going to get this item late, naturally. You're at a point where there's so much tankiness on all of these heroes that at this timing, if you're an offlane tide, you'd be waiting for
God, they just immediately break the smoke.
Yeah, that's an Ember Spirit right there.
That feels sad.
It's really annoying that it works like that, but it does. Yeah, they're too tanky. He's gonna need to hit like 4 people with Ravage.
Zai getting all the info, seeing himself a Misha, and like you said, maybe that Blink Dagger just doesn't do much of anything. Iraqi though, will try to buy himself a little bit more time, but the damage coming out from Liquid is too strong.
Double kill.
A double kill for Mickey. He's looking for some more. Matu is gonna be able to get a kill on Amar, and they've got a gem online, so.
Triple kill.
They'll finish up on BZM, and they'll continue to just rip down the vision.
I love watching Zai play against heroes like Puck, because you know he just loves these situations where he's like, I'm gonna frame perfect this skewer to get him out of his spaceship. Like, he genuinely enjoys those moments so much that like he can't hide it, you know? It's like, it's just so obvious in how he plays.
Yeah.
And I mean, it makes him an excellent player. Yeah, this is a bit desperate. You need to hit like a 4 or 5 man Ravage. Only 1 Ravage at this point to win.
Was it worth it for them to... Oh, there's someone dying off screen over there.
That was Taiga.
Ah, I see. Is it worth it after your smoke has broken to continue going forward in that manner? Or do you think they should have reset?
I think they're desperate. It's hard to make any other call at that point.
Lamar gets... I can't even say he got caught out, right? He's in his own base. They're just so aggressive here. Dumbaben just chasing after Yodagi. Wants the final hit here. Maybe diving just a bit far. Look at this damage. He kills Lamar. That was a dive back.
Radiant's middle tower.
Respawn coming back up now. All right, that's a really good ravage, but I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough as they are held in place. The beautiful Dream Coil over on Central. But Matu, he's just too strong here. Groggy putting out a couple hits over onto Boxy. Boxy immediately using that ultimate. Just going to get right back up again. Shikuching out. Takes a decent amount of damage, but he's still alive. BCM, though, chasing. They really want this kill. The silence getting used again over here on Boxy, but no. They'll find him with the final nuke, but while they're chasing him, there's a lot of damage happening over here. They take out Taiga, but they're still just running into the base here of OG. They take a tower.
And Mickey feels completely unkillable. Once again, I love the itemization from all of Liquid, building like this mass minus armor and HP, or this mass like plus armor and HP strat, because these crazy plays where they're diving could actually go punished if they have like one left. Oh, wow.
Said, all right, this is looking too impossible. We're too far behind. So, Liquid. We talked about that window not being open for them in game number 1, but in game number 2, they definitely fought back.
Yeah, they looked amazing on all counts. They all looked like they were
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick.
Invoker.
Pound for pound competition is looking good on both sides. The grizzled veterans that make up Team Liquid and the young bucks that are making up OG. Who's got the stamina, who's got the technique to take this game number 3. I think, Sin, you kind of alluded to one of the things that I found,
5 seconds
which
remaining.
may be a exploit that you could take advantage of, is we have not seen ATF play from behind
Dire
yet.
team's turn to
This
pick.
was a game that he didn't even get a chance to recover, even if I'm sure he's eminently capable of it. But shutting him down early on had some impressive success.
It's also going to look a little bit more extreme when the hero you shut him down on his slaughter.
Yeah.
Like, that's just... That hero in bad matchups and losing lane is one of the worst heroes in the
Seconds
game.
remaining.
Yes.
I genuinely think it's almost unplayable. Not only was his lane bad, then
5 seconds
he's playing from
remaining.
behind, and he's against Ember, which is one of the hardest
Radiant
counters.
team's turn
It's
to pick.
I mean, the hero just doesn't really have a comeback mechanic, right? His comeback mechanic is he kills you or he kills Roche.
Yeah.
Roche is hard to do when you're really far behind. Killing enemy heroes is only good if other of your heroes are super far ahead who can kind of enable it for you, but otherwise, yeah, you're just sitting there with your bash, wondering why you exist.
Sitting there with that number 3 above your
seconds
buffs, and you're
remaining.
like, one day I'm gonna slap someone. And Liquid are gonna pick up a Kunkka
seconds
to do some
left.
slapping with,
Don't freeze
banning
up.
out the Timber and the Mars, targeting ATF. And OG ban out Spearbreaker IO, pick up a first phase Invoker.
First pick Invoker.
yeah,
Pick
not only
Invoker.
first phase. That's
It's a Siggy.
I feel like it's been a
Radiant team's turn to
while
ban.
since Invoker has been in a position where he's overall first pick. Or maybe that's not true, actually. There was a patch pre-TI when some teams were rating it that high. But
First pick is pretty evolved, though. I mean,
yeah.
we at TI did have some scrims and stuff where we first phased Invoker. I think you can
Dire team's
2-3
turned
it.
ban.
You can take it on the 4 response. First pick is a different beast, though. You're just showing the whole. You're showing a whole lane because almost no teams are gonna play this on roles other than mid, and you're never gonna put it in a side lane, right? It's pretty rare you ever really do. It's like you get brooded or something. All right, we have to go side
10
lane. But
seconds
otherwise,
remaining.
you're showing a hero that 100% is going mid, 100% which player's playing it.
5 seconds
You
remaining.
just take your pick, and most people are going to take either Kunkka, as we see here, or Void Spirit. I think are the 2 highest, outside of some cheese. So it's just here's a matchup. And since their first pick, you're just going to get counterpicked on both your side lanes down the road too, if Liquid really wants to, right? So
Is Kunkka really an insta pick, or are you just saying it because you saw it? Like, because I imagine that the idea is if I first pick Invoker, I want to railroad them into countering it immediately, so I already know what the counter
it's up
is.
there.
Okay.
I think most mid, the 2 highest mids that
Radiant
most
team
players would feel super comfortable counter picking an Invoker in terms of the lane and gameplay being like maximized is probably Void Spirit and Kunkka.
Okay.
Just because they both do exceptionally well on the early waves, they'll always be ahead, and they both have a pseudo gap close mechanism for Invoker as a core, which is insanely valuable. Because the most annoying thing about this hero, we're talking about Quas Wex, which is what it is most of the time, though BZM mostly plays at Xord, I think, is that if your core can start on Invoker for your subs, it helps interacting with that hero by a huge margin. Because most subs are really bad at just running up to Invoker and casting spells on him.
Right.
They get outranged or disrupted, or they take an immense amount of damage in the process. So Kunkka and Void Spirit both just start on him, and they're heroes that can chip him, so he's a bit low in the first place. So historically, they're two of the most favored matchups.
There's even the added benefit in this patch of picking Kunkka here that if you do see an amazing other mid hero later, you can put Kunkka safely. Because that's something that wasn't popular even just a few months ago, but now that Kunkka fares well in that lane, it's just, this almost feels like a no-brainer to just grab Kunkka here. It's just good.
I mean, it's outplayed in the offlane too.
Yeah. So yeah, even
And
for
you
Liquid,
get the shard and pull people back. And, But they do get the Bane, which is, maybe you see these reversed. I mean, this is also a question of, is taking this Bane on 4 and Invoker on 1 that much better than Bane on 1 and Invoker on 4?
I don't know. I don't know if they're worried that Liquid were going to grab Invoker 1-2, or if they got a really good trade out of this. Because I think if OG grab Bane first pick, if Liquid do pick these two heroes, Kunkka Weaver, then you can just opt out of the Invoker and get something that's better.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. So now they know the mid lane matchup. So now you just like, okay, our Invoker's going to have a miserable time against Kunkka, but we know it's Kunkka. So let's just focus all of our energy into making sure this Kunkka, this mid lane counter is not going to be able to pop off.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, though. I think usually the way you really counter Kunkka is in the lane. Because he does have some matchups in mid where he fares poorly. Like if Kunkka loses lane, the hero's recovery curve is really steep. But he definitely doesn't lose to Invoker. Like let's imagine you pick Kunkka early and you don't know your enemy mid matchup. Okay. And the enemy team can somehow guarantee that Kunkka goes mid. You could be playing against SF, you could be playing against Razor, you could be playing against these heroes that dominate melee mids, or Timbersaw, you know. Viper, I think, also does extremely well against Kunkka.
The Necro ones.
Necrophos, yeah.
Death Prophet historic.
There are like almost 10 mid heroes that destroy Kunkka if they play it very well, or at least win clearly. Invoker's just not one of them. So if you want to counter Kunkka out now, I think, yeah, Bane is a start, because then you have some sort of a combo break against the X-Mark mechanic. Right. So if you clutch, maybe you can avoid the X-Tarn boat. But again, it just begs the question, why give them this opportunity so that you need to catch up? If you're first pick, you need to be dictating the draft in the first phase. That's the only advantage you have.
Right.
The next two phases, you're going to get counterpicked in the end. And I think right now in Dota, there isn't a big enough pool of heroes in the first phase that are just so good that you getting to choose the absolute first and the last one, it gives you a big enough advantage that you can comfortably take it. I think you were looking at it before this game as well. You think second pick is better and it has higher win rate right now?
Yeah, it has higher win rate.
And teams are favoring it too.
Yeah, I mean, I favored it for a long time. I just think these picks on 8 and 10 they're hard to overcome if your first phase isn't asserting something that forces a response. Because otherwise the enemy just has too many options. I mean, just to talk about the benefits, so Invoker, I'm assuming BZM is going to play the Exort, which he traditionally does. So one thing is Bane is already a Sunstrike setup to some degree, and I think this is how you abuse it and get out of the bad matchups, right? Because you can go into this and say, oh, Kunkka's favorable matchup. I mean, he might be able to even play this matchup to a better degree than we think, but even so, he gets 1 or 2 Sunstrike kills, he gets to his Midas a camp. You can catch up in net worth pretty fast with this hero, and the matchup isn't that debilitating in terms of you have flow through your other lanes, right? So I would really like to see him make these side lanes his catch-up mechanic, so he's not just put on an island, there's nothing else happening on the map.
It's also a fair point, like maybe our perspective on this matchup, Kunkka versus Invoker, is kind of guided by the fact that almost everyone was playing Quas Wex.
Yeah.
So in the phase that was the case, maybe Exort Invoker can break even. And if that's the case, then maybe OG feel like, well, in this meta, we have a star player mid that plays this hero exceptionally well. He's not scared of anything except like maybe Brood, which you can't first phase. I mean, who knows? Maybe
no one's even playing Brood.
Maybe you can if you first pick Invoker. Like maybe you could Brute Force and force him off the side lane is good enough. Like I don't know.
The first fade Invoker Brood trade.
Yeah,
where we're at.
We've been there before, I think.
I mean, they might also play at 4. That is true. Players. I would say Taiga is a player who he might play. You know, it's
that
not
would be quite the curveball.
Yeah, seen crazier things, but
Dire team's turn to pick.
Well, Liquid are still expecting.
Now I don't think it's
Okay.
You don't think BZM plays mid Dark Polo?
You never know. Team Liquid Classic, one of the teams I feel like that's been most consistently happy with picking Enigma. They've played it in different metas for different reasons when other teams didn't like it so much. They tend to gravitate toward this hero as a position 4 that is then given priority. So that's kind of how they played with Boxy and Taiga together, was that Taiga would play Enigma and Boxy would play a 3 in quotation marks. So that 3 would start out the lane while Enigma was denying creeps. And then as soon as the 3 became independent, Enigma would either just hard go jungle and farm, or would start taking the lane and the other hero would roam like they did with Sanking. I wonder what they're seeing here that really prompts the Enigma pick. You're playing against a BKB counter in Bane, which is the only counter currently.
10 seconds remaining.
It's not particularly a counter against anything with a super tanky boys, so remains to be seen. This is not a hero I would have thought of in this spot, at least.
The only thing that strikes me is it's a way to dodge this Bane Luna dual lane, fight them straight up, right? Enigma's generally a hero that doesn't play the lane straight up. He tends to dodge them by the mechanic of I'm denying half your creeps, the lane's super far back. I don't have to, my sub doesn't have to fight you on the side. We don't have to contest a huge amount of these CS in terms of the 2-on-2.
Do you know how well that works nowadays after the nerf to conversion? I think its cooldown's quite a lot longer.
I mean, it's definitely a nerf, but it can pan out better than you'd think.
Okay.
I think when I originally looked at the numbers, I was like, oh, this hero just has been killed by Ice Frog. But I think when you actually play it, it can feel okay for the core Enigma player. But you have to be in a position where you're also, it's not just deny one creep with conversion and then nothing else happens. I think it's deny a creep with conversion and you're also denying 1 or 2 others with the bonus damage from the summons because they don't have a summons clear, right?
Right.
Which is the advantage on this lane. Luna, Bane, both single target. It's pretty hard for them to kill Eidolons. Once those Eidolons are level 2+, they're not clearing them basically ever on the lane. They're really powerful. It's really hard to fight them, and I think when this Enigma gets to 5, if he can go an HOD build, he might just go with Midas Blink, something like this, but these level 3 conversions are pretty strong. No one's really fighting them in this early game, and people tend to underestimate them. So this laning phase is the one upside I see for him, but in general, yeah, his black hole or his team fight, there's nothing that sticks out incredibly to me. I think it's generally can be difficult to black hole. But we're looking at 4 ranged heroes right now.
Yeah.
And I think OG's lineup is also very poke based, right? There's nothing that commits in the fight that, oh, they commit in, now I can commit my hole as a counter initiator. It's very, we're throwing brambles on you, we're throwing some sleeps and feebles, there's a sunstrike, maybe there's some forward spirits hitting you, there's a beam. It's actually just an entire poke based lineup, right? So those lineups can tend to be very hard for Enigma because he likes heroes that commit in, so he can commit back.
I guess one upside to Enigma is that based on what we've seen Amar play so far, I was thinking maybe they go Underlord, but my big question mark about that is how does that play into Enigma? Because now that's a really good Midnight Pulse target, right? That's one upside to picking Enigma against this team, is that everything we've seen from Amar so far gets countered by Enigma, right? They're all melee heroes that build tanky items or just gravitate toward a tankiness playstyle that now will run in and be in the center of the fight and be exposed against Enigma. But like you said, a lot of it happens around the Underlord now, so it's maybe not the biggest issue.
He does get the percent burn versus the Kunkka, and the Pit is obviously pretty annoying for their lineup right now in terms of both their subs have a mobility spell, and you just throw the AoE down in front of your Luna Invoker. It gives them a lot of static control in the fight that they were lacking a bit, right? Something to back them up with some auras, some team fight, some extra HP. You throw this Alacrity on the Luna, now she's hitting pretty hard. You're hitting a little worse because you have Underlord aura on you. So it makes it harder to pick a counter carry matchup here too, right?
It's also a really good Dark Rift game, isn't it? Defensively.
Yes, it is.
You're playing against a lineup that has Kunkka Boat as well as Black Hole.
So you can get X back.
You can. So you can get X back on
traditionally is a pretty... Yeah, but if you X the one Luna back or something, you feel pretty bad. You're all stuck in bait. Carry died.
But then you just nightmare the X pullback.
I mean, it's too next level for me.
That's probably
then you get the Ags on a Lord and rift them back out.
Yeah, then you just make the portal first.
Exactly.
But what's actually going to happen is a final pick Wraith King. Matu picks it up, picking another kind of strength, high HP carry against an Underlord, though.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised by this pick because I think you're setting up Underlord a little bit for success in this lane. It's one of the better heroes against Wraith King. The skeletons die, you get a lot of plus damage. You just CS very well in the lane. So I'm looking for the primary reason why they would grab this from like a timing perspective for their entire lineup. Maybe it just fits in with the plan they have of when they want to peak. This makes me think Enigma is not going Midas BKB, but maybe rather some sort of mid-game oriented style where they want to try to put pressure. I'm not sure. It's
an interesting pick. Traditionally, I wouldn't think of Wraith King into that Underlord as being too great.
Is there anything that makes the second life valuable? It will be probably an Exort Invoker that you guys were saying, so probably don't need to worry about your mana burn. For
I mean, I also don't
eventually though.
Eventually.
Yeah, I also am not sure about the second life being that valuable because, like I said, I think OG's entire lineup is just long-range, pokey spells that aren't that committal. And generally, when you think of Wraith King, you think of high committal spells in terms of a Black Hole or a Doom or something like this. But what is OG committing to kill him? Especially if this Luna gets to the point where she has beam talents. It seems like a nightmare for Wraith King to fight into.
And I would say just anecdotally, Invoker is one of the worst matchups for Wraith King.
The early main
Ice Wall, Tornado, Cold Snap.
Definitely Blast, Disarm.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can pull it off. It's time for game number 3 with Moxie and Jenkins.
The question mark, that is Enigma in this game. What do you see happening here?
Well, I actually really like the Enigma versus any of these like Medusa / Luna type heroes, because usually what you have is some sort of lineup that is just based on amplifying that one hero. And if you Midnight Pulse Black Hole a Luna, like she is 100% going to die, and Bane is the only thing that can interrupt it through that BKB currently. So I think the Enigma is good if you can get into that late game, and that to me is kind of where I see the Wraith King coming in, because you think on like surface level that it's a bit of a weird pick against the Underlord where you're supposed to lose that lane to him because of the damage he gets from the skeletons. But I think he's just a hero to like run in like a psychopath for Zai to get his holes out.
So you think it's going to be more of just like a very tanky in your face sort of thing, or because it does feel like feels like the Kunkka usually provides that role, right?
Yeah, Kunkka definitely does that. I think Kunkka goes for the like tanky frontlining like BKB armlet build, whereas Wraith King, like, yes, you're gonna go for an armlet, but then also there's Blink, there's like Silver Edge, so it's more like a hero that's gonna run around on the map and like make fights start in like a different way from a Kunkka. Like they both do it, which that's the perfect game for Enigma, right? It's like you want multiple ways of just having some chaos happen, and then you abuse that.
A couple different entry points, so to speak.
Exactly. It's all about those entry points.
Okay, that'll be interesting to see how it all goes down, because I assume, you know, like you said, if the Wraith King does run in with this face, does have to be very, very careful, obviously. But if they are slow, they're trying to move away from the reincarnation, perhaps get the perfect black hole. But who knows? It is Zai playing the Enigma, of course. So this guy is no stranger to the hero, and quite a good player as well.
It's a weird build, Quelling Blade, and oh, nice little Sunstrike on the range creep.
Style points right there, you know?
Yeah, very nice. I mean, may as well use that early mana on Quasing Sword Invoker. It's not like you're really going to use it for early Forge Spirits or something like that, or Cold Snap. It just doesn't do anything.
But it is a lot of poke, right, coming out from the side of OG.
Yes.
It's going to have to be very well set up.
100%, 100%. SVG's read on that that's a really good read, and I think that perhaps that's why Wraith King was also picked up. You know, you say like Kunkka already fulfills that role of starting team fights, but maybe it's like, okay, when there's this much poke on OG, it cannot just be a Kunkka. Like, we need more. So that at least to me, that makes sense for picking this hero.
You have forward here over onto Taiga.
Level 2 timing.
It's a lot of damage. Good lord, he is forced to use that very far. Oh, it gets canceled. Oh, the first blood going to Insania. And a little tip to boot.
Really well played by Liquid, pushing the lane out like this so that way they get level 2 and killing Taiga. I think if Taiga gets level 2 there, if OG has level 2, and it's just a 2v2 where they're all 2, there's no kill that happens there. Like, that's the one small window where you can take an advantage in that lane. So really well played by them.
EZM is running away with the CS here right now over in this mid lane. 12-2 on the Invoker, 6-1 on Mickey. I mean, it's kind of expected though, right? It's always going to be a little bit more difficult trying to last hit against the range exort hero, but
I feel like Kunkka has traditionally been considered an invoker counter, but maybe it's more of like you'll dumpster a Quas Wex invoker. I feel like BZM is just playing this really well. His laning, I mean, yeah, his laning is just really good. We saw in the previous series he did extremely well in his laning stage as well, so.
There's that Sunstrike coming in early, a little bit off the mark though.
Damn.
Yeah, we'll get clicked a bit.
Yeah, that might have actually been a kill if the coordination between them was a little bit tighter. Yeah, you know, whatever.
Next time. It's
you know,
early. It's only 3 minutes into the game. We'll, you know.
Well, if you're an invoker, like the thing is, if you're Quas Exort, you're not really spending your mana like pressing things that much in lane anyway. Right. So you have a good amount of mana regen if you're going for like Null Tallies or Bassi or like one of these items. So you may as well use it for these like fish Sunstrikes and, you know, Sunstriking range creeps and stuff like that. Because what's the point at sitting at 100%?
BZM, a lot of damage. He's gonna have to teleport out. This doesn't feel very good to have to leave your lane, especially when you felt like, you know, you're doing pretty well in that lane.
Yeah, and
he's gonna walk back.
Quas Exort, yeah, probably doesn't have boots. Not great at like walking back to lane, but you know, you'd rather that than to go down there for sure.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be giving the other mid laner any sort of advantage.
Taiga in both of these games is just like pulling tons of mangoes. Insania too, we can see he picked up 4 of them. I think he started with 6, so it's interesting. 7 tangos?
Yep.
My dude had 9 tangos to start. All right.
Was expecting a lot of harass, clearly.
This is like the extension of the support meta that we've been seeing so far, which is just buying a ton of regen and carry starting with literally nothing. This is what it's come to.
Just constantly feeding different types of regen to your core at all times.
Wait, Soul Ring? That's cool. Okay, so 9 tangos on Insania, and that lets Matumba Man have a Soul Ring for just spamming this lane. I don't remember the last time that I saw Soul Ring Wraith King. That's crazy.
That is not something common. Nice here. I'm just gonna put Boxing a little nightmare. They are aware that there is a sentry, although it looks like they were aware previously, since it's at half health. So it's gonna make the shenanigans of Boxy a little bit more difficult, as Yuragi will punish him. Let's give off a couple of these clicks and a Lucent Beam.
Tough lane for Zai. You know, he's getting a lot of denies, as you will with Enigma, but Bane with the Luna Aura and a Luna who's going to be like, you know, glaving your Eidolons.
Yuragi taking a lot of damage though. He sat for a long time in that Midnight Pulse and don't get a kill.
Well, that's one way to turn it, is to just literally kill them while they're killing your Eidolons.
Boxy, he wants his kill. He does that. He's got that creep there, but Misha gonna be just fine.
Yeah, that feels bad. Enigma's definitely not supposed to be getting kills at this point, and then that's on a catapult wave. So that's going to be a bit of pressure on the tower here. Zai alone probably can't do that much. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to tank for the
Middle lane have a little bit of a gank over onto BZM. It's like they're not going to dive the tower. Tigers make his way in. The Sunstrike coming in will land over onto Boxy. Not missing that one.
Yeah, that was
Zai.
Stylish.
Dropping the Midnight Pulse, realizing that, you know, he's all alone here. They'll put a Nightmare out, put a little damage on the Eidolons. A little bit more. Should have a Lucent Beam up in a second. They won't even need it. It's going to be Misha who gets the final hit on Zai.
That's more in line with you know, how I thought that lane should go. It's and any heroes that are like, you know, totally comfortable just running out and right-clicking your Eidolons, it feels really bad to play against as Enigma, because they kind of keep you alive by being that threat, but they can just run past them because you can just glaive them down, right-click them. 2 high armor heroes too.
Makes sense. And again, it just seems like we have this little personal side battle going on between Taiga and Insania, but that's allowing a lot of space for both of these cores to be able to go and hit creeps.
Yanamar's taking a bit of a lead because, you know, as the panel pointed out, Their Lord very good against a hero who's just giving him that constant, like, huge damage buffs of the skeletons. And if you're not using the skeletons on Wraith King in order to prevent that, well, then you're not using one of your primary abilities.
Yagi finding the kill on Boxy in the bottom lane. The Sentry Ward's been helping out quite a bit, it seems, as Misha also taking a decent amount of damage from Enigma. But Back off.
Bounty.
Need to heal up a little.
You know, Zai is one of the #1 players I think that I've seen where he like plays really aggressive right before getting 6. Okay, so I didn't do it this game, but he'll play really aggressive right before getting 6, and then he'll black hole somebody who's not expecting it. Like I always see him get early kills in Enigma. He's actually going for a Orchid.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's.
I mean, I respect it. You know, Zai is one of those people that's going to be able to make something weird have work. Set the meta, so.
Yeah, both of these offlaners just don't build normal items. They refuse.
I love it, though. It makes it so much more fun to watch. Trying to guess, like, what's their next item, why are they building that, and then seeing it all unfold.
It's cool because it makes certain heroes viable to do these, you know, different builds.
Misha making this rotation to the top lane with the Sunstrike. Brambles holding in place. The cookie is not going to save your life here. Taiga gets killed. Mickey, though, they have vision. They know he's here. He just keeps running around in circles. They ping it out. Okay. He's probably just going to head back. This is giving BZM a lot of space here in this mid lane. Gonna allow to push him out, and it wastes a little bit of Mickey's time here.
Yeah, so this rotation that they do towards the top lane is more a result of knowing that Zai on the bot lane with the black hole, it's very likely that he's going to be played towards. He's going to use that to get a kill. So like, why bother sending someone down there to die to it when you can just like pressure the other side of the map? Although OG's not really getting any tower damage here because their heroes are not great at doing tower damage. It would be the Luna that needs to go there, but at this point, a Luna's not exactly comfortable doing that. Just wants to hit creeps.
She's not there yet, so this bottom tower taking a lot of damage should fall to Enigma. Zai will get that, and that opens up the jungle quite a bit. So Boxy doing Boxy things here, just trying to be as annoying as possible. Take away the farm from Yoragi, and they do have some nice wards here to keep tabs. Look at, you've got a couple of the entryways into this point of the jungle just warded up. So that way they can keep an eye on what Yoragi is doing, if there's any stacks, and if they need to invade.
I gotta talk about the Orchid Enigma because it's so strange. Unfortunately, you can't micro the skeletons to take that off of you.
No, that'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be convenient. Remember when people were going Necrobook Enigma, and it was kind of like you do this pairing of using the Malefice, the stun duration to like get a ton of necro damage. Like, Enigma's actually not that bad of a single target hero as long as you've like something to actually benefit from Malefice. So I'm kind of thinking like maybe that's the concept here, that you get the Orchid and in the Malefice you can get so much damage because nobody's gonna like turn and fight you, you know, during a Malefice.
Right.
So you put all the Eidolons on, maybe have like a +1. If you do Orchid and then black hole somebody because of the percentage damage, like they're going to die 100%.
Tipping me.
It also is like an early game item that lets you have mana regen that's not just like Soul Ring or Mana Boots. It gives you that like permanent full mana. You gonna use it?
Yeah, he is. Taiga, you're not escaping this time.
So the big thing for why the Necrobook and why this Orchid is good on Enigma is because around the black hole, when you don't have it, you still have kill threat.
Right.
That's the idea behind it. And so all of those other things that I mentioned, plus the fact that you're going to be a useful hero without the black hole, I think is why he built it.
Amar going perhaps a little bit too far, a little bit too deep, but they do have a big Sunstrike. It doesn't matter. There's just 3 heroes on one little Amar.
Under attack.
And now he's dead.
Mickey has a blade now on Kunkka.
Yep.
So that is for the untargetable damage of Underlord, Luna, Invoker to a degree, who's going to be, you know, meteoring you.
Pretty smart idea.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing Blade Mail game. Really good.
Yeah, I like the idea, like you said, just to revisit the Orchid on Enigma. We have this problem on a lot of the big team fight heroes, right? You have this issue on specifically like Tidehunter. That's one of the heroes
Which is why you get nags on Tide.
Right, or you know, you build very tanky utility sort of thing, so you still
You're
have...
a tank, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you've got another purpose besides just an ult, and I think the concept of having that Orchid, like you said, really smart, and a good way to maximize the usage of the hero.
And I think that works because of the Malefice talent at level 10. I think there's a couple of Malefice talents that you can get now on Enigma. And so they buff up the damage, the stun duration, and so It's a legit spell now, really legit.
Taiga opening up with that Cursed Crown as the Bedlam knows that Zai can't really do much right just yet. And the Sunstrike from BZM will secure the kill.
Radiant have fortified
Orchid not
their
exactly
structures.
paying off in that scenario, but you could see that Zai was really ready. Like, if the Sunstrike doesn't come out, he was going to turn an Orchid, plus, like, hit with the Eidolons, and I think you can actually kill these Sups if you Malefice them, especially once you get that level 10 talent. It's like, it's perma-stun.
I think it was just one of those situations where he wasn't expecting everyone to be there.
No, he wasn't.
A little bit of play here in this mid lane. A good terrorize coming out from Taiga. Follow up the Fiend Script. They should be able to obliterate Mickey. So he's not going to be a part of this fight. Zai sitting on the back lines here. Doesn't have that ultimate just yet. They get Mickey's courier on top of that. So a lot of damage mentally and physically in the game going out there against Mickey.
He's not feeling too good about that one.
No.
Great positioning for Misha, wrapping around like that. He wasn't expecting that. He saw all of these heroes like hiding behind the tower and playing towards the right side. He was not expecting a Fiend's Grip to just like come from above. They kind of pincered him there, and
Dire's bottom tower is
he was
under
trapped.
attack.
Couldn't get the boat off.
No, he couldn't. He couldn't get much of anything off, honestly.
Dude, Amar's build, he has no points in W. He's even like considering going for the talent at level 10. It's like, do I need this stun? Yeah, I'll go ahead and go for it. Okay. I see you, Amar. I see you.
Just doing it to keep you on your toes, Jenkins.
I mean, this is like it's such a greedy build. I feel like Amar in general is like such a greedy style offlaner, but he's high skill enough that he has leads, and when you have a lead, you should play like a more core style of offlane.
Taiga getting poked here by Box. He doesn't have any mana really to do a whole heck of a lot. So he's gonna go for the Shadow Rope. They're trying to just hold him in place here with those kisses as they rain down some hellfire, and they'll eventually find the kill on Taiga. The tips.
Zai's going for BKB next. You know what? The Orchid could also be, well, I mean, you could just build a Linken's for this if you really cared, but to a degree, it counters the Bane countering up the Black Hole, because if you go into a fight, you could Orchid the Bane and then, you know,
I feel like the targeting has to be so, like, you'd have to be so fast and you'd have to be able to see everything, right, in order to get that off. Because, like, that was also a thought in my mind, but I was like, that's so hard to actually...
It's an option, though. It's an option.
It is an option.
And the more options you have in Dota to put out 69
Taiga, again, there's just too much damage. They'll collect themselves another kill, and they'll take down some Forge Spears while they're at it.
By an old lady.
So Amar goes for this casual Helm and then builds into Atos. So the Helm to him is just like a lane dominance item, and Underlord is actually a pretty low armor hero at early levels, so getting that Helm does help you more than a Ring of Health, I think.
You'd think he'd be armored like a tank.
Yeah, but you know, there's also like Weaver minus armor, Snapfire minus armor.
They have a lot of ways to reduce the armor.
Yeah, so definitely more value than a Ring of Health. But it's closer these days with the nerfs to Helm. It used to be like Helm was just the best item for laning in general as an offlaner, but now it's sometimes people go for a casual Ring of Health. Zai did it in the last game.
Atos is completed though for Amar now, so they've got multiple ways of being able to catch.
It's weird having the Atos with only level 2 pit though. Not that big of a stun duration. Like usually root duration, you want that pit to be maxed out, but he's super farmed because of his build.
Is it just, yeah, I was about to say, is this just something that he did specifically for laning, for farming? Because you said he's very greedy. So if you're able to, Taiga walking into quite a few of Liquid again, and they'll find themselves a pick off on Mickey while this is happening. So I think you're happy with that, especially because they don't end up getting the kill on Taiga, and they get the kill on mid instead.
Yeah, Mickey's having a tough time this game. Just the grip pair with the meatball. Oh, there's the combo.
Yeah, he went right into that, so Oxy collecting the kill. They get the Nightmare off over on Snapfire. Need a little bit more damage. They'll jump forward. Oh, the Black Hole, though, coming out from Zai will be able to hold the Invoker in place. And they should have more than enough damage to take down BZM, but they'll also be able to take down Zai. Boxy is trying to put out some more damage using those little bugs. And you can see that Matu was starting to join into the fight. Everyone's just going to back off, and while this is happening, Yoragi continues to farm. Not top of the net worth, though, by any means.
Closing in on that BKB, though, that'll be a big timing for them.
Misha finding himself a little bug. Taiga looking to make some plays here. Throws down the Bramble, throws down Terrorize. Does have Amar following up here. Fire Blast will connect over onto Taiga. This Eidolon giving a lot of vision. The X marks the spot. They're going to drag him right back in again. They've got the Snapfire Kisses. They'll get the kill. Very nicely done by Zai to have the foresight to move the Eidolon to keep that vision.
As ITB's towards the top lane, no black hole, so he's kind of mode chill. Whenever you have Enigma, Tidehunter on your team, the way that you play the game, the timings that you play for are fairly obvious. It's literally the cooldowns. On the flip side, it's easy to play around those as well. If you're OG, you know that like you can farm aggressively like this if you're Augie, and you're a lot safer because there is no huge black hole coming in. But that being said, Zai doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet, so I suppose it's not that much of a threat until that point. No BKB as well, so it is interruptible. There's ways to deal with it.
I mean, it feels like a lot of the times when these black holes are going off, it's mostly OG kind of walking into battle, and it allows for Zai to get into that position to help get those sort of pickoffs. Ooh, that's a big crit here, Misha. Says, chill out, Matu, take a nap. I am going to run like heck, and Boxy says, yeah, no, you're not allowed to do that. Couple more clicks, so they're going to be able to get the Roche. No, they have the bug on Roshan. They'll get the kill on Misha, they'll find themselves a kill on Taiga. Just like that, Liquid marches into the Roche pit. Strike comes out, they're just keeping tabs, but I don't know if they can actually fight this with 2 heroes being down. Both subs not going to be a part of this fight.
They do have like chip heroes though. Yeah.
They poke, for sure.
I agree with it. Like, I agree with Liquid being careful here because
still no black hole for another 60 seconds. Throwing the boat out. Jump over here, BZM. They've got the Eclipse, the BKB coming out from Mickey. Matu sitting a little bit low as Yuragi's running for his life. It's like Amar's gonna try to just Uber himself out of the situation. Doesn't want to be a part of this anymore. Actually cancels it as the rest of the team, they're back up. A little low on mana on a couple heroes, but they're making their way back. And Sunstrike, oh, very close to Matu as he was shifting with that armlet.
That genuinely could have been Roche.
That could have been a death right there, Ama. Well, at least the reincarnation, right?
I think you could actually lose Roche with that reincarnation.
Taiga again. Snapfire, they're already up again. My goodness. Oh,
please.
Yeah, just like no, please no.
That is just a support classic. You're like literally supposed to be immune, and you just die.
It is ridiculous how far that Snapfire can be. Like, yeah. It's completely off the screen and you just see these kisses coming in. Well, now got the Roche though.
Now that's on cooldown.
Matu though, very forward. They've got a little bit of pinstring. There's going to be a nice meatball. Sadie is the first to drop. They'll chase after BZM. Boxy clicking away. Looks like they're going to try to get enough damage over onto Zai with the Bedlev. There it is, the Sunstrike coming in. But they'll end up losing Taiga before the reincarnation does get popped on Matu. BZM trying to run away. It's not looking like he's going to be able to. This Invoker, it will fall as Matu now running away from Yuragi, running away from Amar. They have so much damage. They pop the BKBs. They want to make sure that they can get this, but it's really hard to get their hands on Matu. He's just shifting, toggling so well, but eventually he will fall to Yuragi.
Yeah, these fights are crazy. I mean,
someone better help
Zai not being able to get the black hole off is always going to be the main problem in fights. That is just the nature of any Enigma game. So Taiga going in and being that annoying backline disrupting hero, like sure he goes in and he dies, but he gets a kill on Zai, and more importantly, even if he didn't, he disrupts the most important hero in the team fight, which is Zai with that black hole. Once Zai has BKB and Blink Dagger, it's a little bit harder to do that for Taiga, but in that fight, like, what a pain. Look at Taiga, just go straight to the right, just go straight for Zai. And all of this is allowed to happen because he's just over there being this annoying nuisance.
These fights are just so split too. Like, people were not in the right positions, I think, for Liquid. I don't know if they were necessarily expecting it to happen. I would say that they were not.
I think they were, like, because...
I think so? They're just so spread apart, though, this entire time. Like, you saw, like, Kunkka, like, I think it was nowhere near this.
But Insania was standing on the high ground. Like, they knew that some sort of smoke play was coming.
True.
And they broke it. It's just that BZM, like a maniac, just blinks in. He just goes in, giving vision for his team because he has that BKB.
Oh dear. Okay, there it is. There's the BKBs coming up from Mickey, coming up from Zai. Look at the position. positioning though here on Misha. Gonna try to get enough damage over onto Amar. They'll turn their attention that they just blow up Insania thanks to that BKB. They're chasing over onto the back line. Zai goes in for the black hole. And Misha, though, look at this positioning. Ready and just anytime he needs to, coming in there with the Fiend's Grip. Good terrorize coming through. Yuragi, though, sitting very, very low. He's got to be careful. He's got to try to get a little bit more damage on Monty. Sitting so low. The bouncing glaves coming out, though. Yuragi gets the final hit as they're going to try to get out of there in a hurry. Boxy can't do anything about this. They catch their Uber and they leave the area. It looks like Taiga, though, he's missed the car.
You set sail for...
Yeah, Matoma Man going down there is the big problem, and then Yuragi doesn't end up going down.
Can you imagine being Matu, watching these glaives bounce around like, no.
Yeah,
no.
he tried.
He tried so hard, and he almost made it, but it's a little bit too tough. Nice Nightmare just to dodge. This is a very, like, neck-and-neck game number 3. It's what I like to see, Jenkins.
Yeah,
kind of Dota that's exciting.
It could go either way, and, you know, once again, it's all about Zai with the black hole. And then on the flip side, it's about Misha with the cancel, too. So Zai already couldn't hit an ideal black hole in that fight because without the Blink Dagger and just the fact that he was kind of the guy that was in the front and got gone on, he couldn't get a great black hole off. With the Blink, that'll be different. But Misha also being there for the grip is like, even if he has Blink and black hole with the BKB, then you're still going to get that interrupted. But if he can get that on Yuragi, they can win the fight for sure.
Watch the way that Misha moves in these fights. Like, that's one thing that, like, I'm constantly trying to keep in the corner of my eye, is that he's always so close by to Yuragi, just enough that, you know, he's not necessarily going to get hit with the black hole, but he knows what the assignment is. He understands the assignment is to protect Yuragi, to make sure that they cannot get the black hole off and hold this Luna into place, because Luna, you know, the majority of their big damage. And so it's very interesting to see his positioning the entire time.
Yeah, you know, this...
As I say that, though, you know, he's very far forward here. He's going to get dropped by Matu, but the Aegis has already picked up. His job is done, and they're going to start chasing. They have their eyes on this Wraith King. Mickey having to be a little bit careful, but he pumps the Blade Mail. This is the first time where we're going to see Matu fall. Amar taking a lot of damage over here because the rest of his team is having to scatter. And they'll find the kill on Taiga. They'll get the kill on Matu, though. Amar just manning up on the back lines here. They'll get the silence cookie hop coming out from Insania, and he ends up paying for murdering the king. But
did Amar just go in?
Yes, he did.
1v5
well, maybe not 5, but he did just beeline after that Wraith.
Well, I was just looking at like the death ticker, and I see Amar killed Matu, and I look and he's just totally alone with 3 heroes surrounding him, and it's like, what?
I'm sure if you ask nicely, maybe we can get a replay.
I don't know if we can. It was like off. It was so unexpected. It was just off camera.
It was definitely, you could see him just duking it out with everybody.
Get a replay of the mini map. That would be. That'd be ideal here.
All right, well, the Aegis is still on the Luna. It looks like they're going to start putting pressure on this bottom area of the map.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
There's not much life to it left anyway, so with the alacrity, this Luna is going to cut through. But again, watch the way that... Okay, here we go. So you see how Yuragi's fighting over here, but look over here in this court with the live thing in the way. Oh dear. So he's coming right back up, and look at this. Look how he's got the BKB active.
He's just one.
And he's just
one guy
fighting them. He's whacking away. Yeah, it is insane.
Looks like
absolutely insane.
Amar the Ferocious. What the hell was
Amar
that?
the Fighter.
Good lord.
He looks very pleased with himself.
That kid terrifies me, genuinely. My God.
I mean, birds terrify you too, but
well,
yes.
They're very violent creatures. Amar might be a bird, actually.
You think Amar the feathered friend?
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know.
By the way, going all the way back, I really like Misha's positioning in that fight, dying first. That was 100% because they needed to run in and steal the Aegis on Team Liquid. And so he just runs in and dies because he's not needed to interrupt the black hole. Now he's going to be more careful with his positioning.
They'll have Fiend's Grip, they've got the Aegis, they've got everything to lock Boxy down.
I think when Misha doesn't have Fiend's Grip up, he can just throw his life away for like a good initiation. And when he does have Fiend's Grip, then he can play that backliner.
And he just tags along with Luna everywhere to make sure that he's in position.
Yeah. One other like underrated element to Bane is definitely the Enfeeble. It's really annoying being Matu and trying to like lifesteal your way through these fights, and he's also like reducing your damage by like what 60%. And then you have Underlord on the flip side who's also reducing that. So like, how the hell are you doing damage? You're just not.
That's the problem. That is a huge problem.
It's just Zai. It's really just Zai.
BKB gets completed for the Wraith King, but they found themselves Misha, and he does have the Fiend script that's on cooldown. So like you said, he's taking a little bit of a risky move, trying to go and do some D-wards.
He's a body.
He's fine with this, though. And again, while this is happening, Yoragi continues to go up in terms of net worth, currently sitting at the top, 16k, 15k over on BZM. So, I mean, maybe that's their plan, and if it is, it's working out real nice. Aghanim Scepter now completed for Invoker. Lots of good items coming out.
So the likely thing to be paired with the Cataclysm this game is Bane.
Nightmare, Fiend Script, yeah.
Yeah, they don't exactly have any other great setup for it. Like Underlord is it's not realistic. You know, you're playing into BKBs with roots. You're not gonna get Cataclysm off. They're gonna BKB it and just walk out of it. So lots of pressure on Misha this game in order to set up his team.
Amar just teleported out and just got a kill. All right.
I'm confused.
Yeah, me too a little bit, but I guess he saw the opportunity.
I'm not going to pretend to know what the hell just happened, but somehow Boxy is dead. I don't know.
All right, well, there it is. There's the Alacrity on the Lena again. Still has that Aegis for another 25 seconds. And they're just going to chew through this tower very quickly.
Interesting that Yoragi has a Crystallis, and he went back for completing the full Manta style, and then he's not even finishing any Daedalus or Silver Edge type item. He's going for Satanic.
Oh, the black hole over onto BZM. Taiga's here, though. Immediately Shadowroll not going to be able to go and stop this. BZM somehow was still alive at the end, but still manages to fall. Taiga now running away. Cookie hot forward. They should be able to get this kill. Mickey gets the nice hit here. As the rest of the team on OG, they were not prepared for that. But, I mean, the thing that I'm concerned about, Jenkins, is now Black Hole's on cooldown.
Yeah, the thing is, when you get this late into the game, you know, Invoker's dead for 60 seconds, so when Invoker's back alive, Black Hole will be only on cooldown for 60 seconds, and that's a tough timing to, like, take a smoke. By the time you get to the fight, there's, like, 30 seconds left on it if you perfectly time it. So that's a nice thing about killing a core with Black Hole at this point in the game when they're as farmed as this Invoker, is that, like, the death timer is just so long, so
I guess Radiant fortified
definitely worth it, right?
Yeah.
For them to at least take some damage over onto this tower. But I also think, again, this is a very pokey lineup, so I think as soon as Invoker's back up, they could try to make something happen.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Just don't have that threat anymore.
Yeah, the question for Liquid is, in this downtime, do you want to play, like, together but safe, or split and safe? And I'm kind of feeling that, yeah, OG goes for, like, the immediate smoke. If you play together and safe, you're risking, like, getting into a 5v5 fight. This is honestly for, like, better.
They go for everything. My goodness, Yoragi does the Eclipse. We have a Sunstrike. It's a lot of damage.
Like, you'd rather that be your 5, but when you split up like that after using Black Hole, you just lose one person instead of, like, 3 or 4, where you could lose the game off of that, you know?
Right. We get an immediate rift from Amar. Yoragi running over to Taiga. Now that this Kunkka's down for 50-something seconds, they're gonna flex their muscle a little bit. Foxy.
I like the
Affinity.
I look at Amar's inventory, and I've been watching this kid play all week in pubs, and I just feel like if he hasn't, he just gets Satanic. I was gonna say if he has a chance to get Satanic, he gets one. That's just wrong. He just gets Satanic on literally everything. Like, the guy just plays carry from the offlane and then somehow solo kills carries and weavers off screen to the point that we don't even, like, we can't even conceive of how the hell it happened, you know? It's,
yeah, he just walks into 3 heroes and, you know, murders the position 1.
It's just, it's gotta feel so weird to play against. It's just weird, because no offlaner plays like this.
Well, I think maybe that's why he's having such good success. I mean, aside from the fact that he's obviously very talented, but the idea is just you're bringing something new to the game. And how often do we see that happen? Whenever we see teams like, for example, Secret always likes to run, you know, a bit peculiar drafts. everybody gets caught off guard, and immediately they scramble, they go back, they watch the replays, they're like, okay, how did this possibly happen?
Yeah.
Because they need to figure it out, and then it becomes just commonplace. And that's a very exciting thing for Dota. It's one of the things that I think makes it so incredibly cool, is the fact that there's constantly new builds and new ways to play, just coming out of nowhere. And half the time we're like, oh my god, this seems insane.
I think it matters more these days because everything is so close. Due to the fact that there's like this amazing replay system, you can like study replays and get up to date really quickly. There's so many people competing. You've got DPC. Like, there's a lot of reasons why Tier 1 and Tier 2 are closing in on each other, and why these teams are also close to each other. So these like random new ideas that people have never seen before have that much more value, because you're not just gonna like outlane a team, because everybody's so good at laning, right? So it's like you need to do stuff like this where it's like people don't know how to play into a Satanic Underlord, because
When have you played against a Satanic Underlord?
most Underlords honestly build these like defensive, safe, like sad items. Like
sad items?
Yeah, the Guardian Greaves and Crimsons. It's like this guy's just running at you, going for Abyssal Blade with a Satanic on Underlord, farming the enemy Ancients alone. How do you deal with it?
That's a question Liquid's asking themselves right now, as they are smoked up. They do have a black hole available, and they have the BKB. What? Oh, this is interesting. All right, they're gonna immediately find Misha. They'll blow him up. So now if they want to find anything else here, they don't have to worry about the Bane. There is no buyback on Misha.
Dire's bottom tower
OG
is
most
under
likely
attack.
just gonna try to dodge any fights that they can for now.
Yeah, he has the grip, so that's a really good kill.
Tower needs
See?
some help.
It's fine. Well, I mean, if we're gonna have an Abyssal Blade on the Underlord, that's another solution to the BKB, but no solution here, looks like, for Mr. Boxy. He wandered into the wrong triangle at the wrong time.
It used to be way better, Abyssal versus Enigma, because of the little jump that you got out of it, but now that they remove that, not so much of a counter. Like, you have to kind of mess up as Enigma to let somebody walk in, and I mean, you could get an Ether Lens plus Abyssal, that would work, but Zai almost has his Lincoln Sphere. It's such a cheap item these days too, so he'll have it really quickly. And so that way the Bane is going to be less of a problem.
The Illusions are just taking all that farm away from Matu. Smoke play, though, coming out from the side of OG. Gonna let Taiga lead. Pretty slippery here. Luna's finished her own Satanic, so these fights could potentially go on for quite a while. Look at the way the Misha's playing. Does have a Blink Dagger now on the Bane. Big far back. Taiga will find himself Insania. Cold Snap, Lucent Beam, force forward right into the Brambles, and that's a dead Insania. While the rest of Liquid now start moving into the lower half of the jungle. They don't want to have to deal with this. They don't want to have to take a fight without their Snapfire. But they're going to force the issue, it feels, because there is a Roche up. And I think OG wants it.
You know your life is definitely about to end when you force staff yourself through 2 Brambles as the like only way out. That's like your safest option.
Yeah, no way out. No way out.
And Liquid, they're not interested in fighting this. You know, I suppose the idea is like they can black hole the Invoker just like they did in an earlier fight and win the game by ignoring your Augie and just kiting him. And then like kill him afterwards, and they figure like if they're gonna do it one time, they can maybe do it a second time. But the problem is, as SVG was talking about, we've mentioned a lot, it's like this is a huge pokey lineup from OG, and so if you're letting your Augie sit there and beam and beam and beam and beam and beam while you're like quote unquote kiting him, he's really the one kiting you at that point. That is so many summons.
I know. Somewhere there's an Earth Shaker that's just twitching, just like I know it's there somewhere.
Somebody needs to deal with that. All right.
I like this. Okay,
Invoker's
we've got the Lincolns on Zai now, so it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. But the positioning has still been just really excellent, and there's still ways to go and cancel this black hole as long as they know about that Lincoln. So perhaps they can get the jump.
BZM also, he's got his Elon disc. It's disassembled and locked, so he can use it in the black hole.
To the Terrorize, they've got the 2 Sun Strikes, and that's a dead Boxy.
All right, I did not anticipate that as a combo, but
they grabbed themselves a Wraith King here. I'm gonna just try to force staff off, try to run away a little bit further. They'll pop the Lincolns over on the Enigma. They ping it out. They know he's got it now. Cookie Hop coming out from Insania. They need to hold him. Oh, Misha though.
Oh boy.
That Midnight Pulse and those Eidolons are pesky. Yoragi.
Honestly, I
A
really...
bit of a whoopsie.
Yeah. Without, once again, without grip, it's like just not much of a hero. Although, you know, looking back at that idea, it's like now that there's a Lincoln's, you could argue that the most important part about Bane is becoming the Enfeeble on Wraith King, as well as like the kiting that comes out from Nightmare, because I don't think you're going to interrupt this black hole anymore. It's not going to be possible if Zai is positioning well, and it's Zai, so he probably will. You're not going to abyssal it. You don't have, you know, an ether lens to allow you to do that. It's just the grip. So Zai's going to get his hole off, and you have other options for dealing with it. Like that's what the Eon Disc 4 is on for BZM.
Nice ice path. They're going to try to burn through this mana over on Matu. He does have the shard though, so it's dead once. They're going to go back in again. Zai getting into position here immediately though. Yoragi going to try to just Manta things off. That Nightmare moves away fast. They reset.
Yeah.
Whole lot of happening for nothing right now.
Not much else to do in base other than just spin.
Sometimes that's what you got to do. They did take out the reincarnation, so things are very scary for Matu to go forward here.
With that nerf on Wraith King too. 40 seconds, or 20 extra seconds he has to wait.
Okay, all right, they're going to try to make some plays here over onto the Luna. Still has the Aegis. This ticking down. The Midnight Pulse hurts. First death of Luna down. They're going to try to grab her, get out of here.
Okay.
They don't need to push their luck right now. They'll just back. Is this a fake back? Or are they going to try to move their way back in again?
I think Amar was worried about the like hole into the Aegis, so he just prevented that entirely by bringing him to the creep wave. And it's not far enough away that it's like, oh, they're out. You know, no, they're still in. That was just in case the hole follow-up was going to come there. So it's actually a really good read by Zai to not hole there. He's like, it's too obvious. There's going to be some sort of save coming in. I mean, that would have been a dank save if that would have been hole did happen.
Insane, right?
And Amar saved like that. Like that's just a good read from both sides. I literally did not see that.
One for the highlight reel.
It would have been.
All right, what do we have? What do we have for neutral items?
Tumby is picking up Rapier for like regular items.
That's not a neutral item.
It's actually very non-neutral. It's quite aggressive.
Quite aggressive, yes.
So he had it queued up in the previous game as well, or the first game, I should say, and
never got around to it.
Never got around to it, but you know, Wraith King is one of these heroes that the Rapier still is that like, you know, you're power spiking the entire game, like you're stronger than us. You get the Rapier, all of a sudden like we're twice as strong as you. It used to be like that for every single hero when it gave True Strike. But now it's more so just only really good on these heroes that like, benefit massively from the Rapier damage, which a hero that has a built-in guaranteed crit, of course, one-shotting people is never bad.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
He also has a cleave talent now, for some reason, on Wraith King. So that's pretty nice as well, with the Rapier.
Yeah, that'll be able to help clear very, very fast and put a lot of damage, for sure. Haven't really been able to move out of the base, though, over here on the side of Liquid. They're getting a couple more of these neutral items. Foxy, though, does get spotted out. 3 meteors. And again, that is the Aeon Disc getting popped here. Foxy trying to teleport out. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to because he gets terrorized and he gets clipped down. BZN getting the kill. They were trying to make something happen. Yoragi get in position. Misha, he can't afford to go down like this, but he will get slain. What happened during that? Did he use a Fiend Script now? Still fighting. Found themselves another target. Zai going to the black hole. Only going to be able to go and grab a bomb. But look at this damage that they're just able to output. Amar's not allowed to fight at all. So they will find themselves a kill. It's black hole to follow up though. Got a tornado EMP, but it looks like it's just to disengage.
You know,
taken down 2.
It's 11k goal lead for OG, but I actually feel like Liquid's in a pretty good spot. They're getting to the late game with Enigma. There's not great ways of canceling the black hole. Zai's going to be getting that refresher fairly soon, so instead of that just being a kill on Amar, who should be, you know, completely unkillable, it'll be a kill also on Yoragi, who should be unkillable, unless they die here.
No, they're trying to make something happen. They've got the dust, they've got the X off. But not going to be able to connect here as already BZM runs away, uses that BKB to ensure he can escape.
I was not looking at the minimap. BZM just poking again, and he seems to do this on every hero, where he just blinks in, just uses spells, like, baits you into thinking that there's a bunch of people behind him so that you press stuff. And I mean, it can be so game ruining for your opponents to like get baited by that and press things, but Liquid didn't exactly take the bait there. And you know, I suppose being game 3 in a long, intense series like this, you do tend to get used to a certain player's play style.
I mean, it is a situation, right, where you're not sure about oh goodness, okay. There was an Insania there, but Matumba Man jumping in. Notice that there doesn't have that BKB quite up and running. Zai getting into position here. He gets sides, he's trying to go, they pop the Lincolns. Bane just getting stunned up, he's just taking too much damage, so the buyback will pay off as Misha does come back again. Migay taking a lot of damage here from Yoragi. They need to get a little bit more damage than Tiger. Are they going to be able to do it? They've already lost Taga. And now Matu, there is a big cataclysm. Is it going to connect though? Connects over onto Boxy. Matu running for his life. BZM, look how fast he is. He wants to try to grab him, but he's just not going to be able to close the gap. As multiple buybacks occur during that fight.
So there's no Roche. That fight is just kind of like both sides are just hoping to kill an important hero and run down mid and get a Rax. But it didn't really happen for either side. I think if you're Liquid, you're happy with that because you don't have Black Hole and still the fight goes decently for you. You force a buyback, you have to buyback as well, and then your Weaver dies and he gets his buyback timer out of the way. So I'm really feeling like even though there's a 13k gold lead, if you have Enigma on your side, you're fairly happy with these things happening. OG's looking to like really pressure off of one of these no Black Hole timings pretty soon, especially with this next Roche coming up.
I mean, that's the draw of these big team fight heroes, right? A good Echo Slam, a good Black Hole, or a Dream Core, or something like that can actually just change the course of the entire game if it happens in the manner that will maximize, you know, the damage. And speaking of damage, double damage ring.
And Yoragi has an Octarine core on Luna too, so he is really trying to play like that, you know, Phantom Lancer Octarine core build where you just kind of sit at the side and like spam your abilities. So this is like fully committing to that idea of you're never gonna Black Hole me because I'm never gonna enter into a fight. We'll see if it works.
We'll say it's a little bit odd, like looking at the lineup and looking at the itemization that came out from a lot of these heroes. Like, I guess the main initiation comes out from BZM, right, with a long-range tornado or something, because you don't want to have Misha that far forward.
Yeah, it's like BZM or Taiga. Like
yeah,
they've both been a little weird.
But Taiga can only do so much.
Yeah.
Smoke play though coming out from Liquid. They're going to try to make their way out of the base, see if they can grab any stragglers. I'd love to get rid of Misha again, I'm pretty sure, but gonna let Boxy scout with Kuchi. Yeah, the refresher orb is completed now. This is a big item timing for Liquid. If they can get 2 Black Holes off, just turn the tide completely. We can see a huge gold swing.
And Roche is up. So this is
the time. Taiga gonna walk the Boxy, cookie hop, goes into that Shadow Realm. We'll drop some Midnight Post. A little bit of a Hex coming out. BZM chasing after the Weaver. Taiga though taking a lot of damage over on the side. Gonna go in for those long-range Sapphire Kisses. Taiga has himself a Yule, buys just a little bit more time. Not enough though, so he will fall. Don't have to worry about that. There is a gem on deck. Looks like they've snapped it up.
He needs 3 tornadoes, then he can survive that. 2 was clearly not enough.
Clearly. Let's get more. This is the Stormcrafter that he had and the Yules, but it's not quite enough.
5,100 gold on Luna. Now I'm thinking like, what do you buy for this build? Because you don't really care about a Moon Shard, right? Because you're just playing from, like you're playing off of your Qs, which is dependent on cooldown, not on attack speed. So
Scotty?
I was gonna say, I think Scotty and then
yeah.
Drop
Yoragi.
the boots. Like if you're dropping the boots, then
you need those. I mean, they do have spider legs on the team, I'm pretty sure, but
I think you probably have to drop the boots, but the issue with that is the fact that Zai now has an easier chance at getting that Black Hole on you because you're slow.
A lot of positioning issues, but Roche is up. This is big. Each team, they want this. It'd be really hard to go into a pit though when you have an Enigma on the enemy team, when you have a refresher. A lot on the line here. Let's see the way that they're dancing around the pit.
Rapier on, I just realized Matoma has a rapier. That's very important.
Have a rapier.
Okay, so this is a tremendous timing from Liquid. it's a 12k gold lead for OG, but Liquid, in my opinion right now, is actually stronger. And you can see that OG feels like that as well. They do not want to engage to the point that they literally have an Octarine core on their Luna. It's all about getting the right initiation. Like, get the right hero, get a pick off. Nightmare, Fiend's Grip, some Invoker Tornado on the supports in the back. But Liquid also, they know that. They know that if they take a fight right now, they win. So let's just not get caught. Just follow Matumba Man around.
It's that easy.
Radiant's middle tower
Not
could
easy.
use some help.
Foxy. Trying to do a little bit of scouting. They can see Taiga's over here. We'll send over the Eidolons, try to get more information.
Foxy's got to chill
He's
for like
got-
10 more seconds, dude. He's got his Eon disc up in 10 seconds. Like, he is risking.
I
big
mean,
time
they're
here.
just poking away.
He's got
time.
his He's good. He's good. He's chilling.
It's interesting because we talk about OG having so much poke, but with Boxy on this Weaver, he's allowed to do quite a bit of his own poking, just getting this information, as long as they don't stun lock him, right? That's what it all comes down to. Illusion on Illusion Axe, and PCM coming forward here, just gonna clean it up a little bit.
This is where, if you're Liquid, you would really love to have a hero that has boots of travel. They're going for the full
They're going
wrap
in,
around.
they're going for full wrap here. See these couriers zipping around. BCM jumping in. Oh, he wanted to get Zai, but it's a little bit too slow here. Jump forward here from Matu will immediately pop the Aeon disc. There's a lot of damage being dumped out here. The follow-up. Can they get enough damage? They're already backing off. They don't like this positioning. They don't want this Zai finding this opening. He's looking to get anything done. That's a lot of damage coming out from Mickey as they just obliterate Misha. No buyback on Bane, which is very spooky stuff now. Mickey picking himself a completed Hex.
Okay.
They're going for full control on the side of Liquid. They know that they've got lots of damage from Matu.
And they're all just buying out. They're saying, like, this is where we win or lose the game.
Radiant's bottom
There they go. They don't have the Bane. This is very, very scary. Reminder, they have this refresher on their Enigma. And they don't have a way to cancel out these black holes.
No more.
If they get a second refresher, too, like the refresher shard,
Refresher, yeah.
it's going to be devastating.
Lots of Hellfire raining down. It's too late, though. Matumba Man got himself that Aegis, so he's got a backup plan now that he has that Rapier on board.
Yeah, Zai's got a second refresher.
Oh my god.
Who did they give the Ag Shard to? Oh, wait, there's no Ag Shard on the third Roche, right?
No, it's just the refresher.
The cheese is on Mickey. Okay, yeah, that's a great cheese target. Not so good on your Wraith King, who's going to have 3 lives anyway. Throw it on the hero that gets that damage reduction.
Say refresher orb down fixed up.
73?
73 Forge Spirits. They've been busy.
That's a lot.
It's a lot of death. This game has been littered with death.
Radiant's middle tower.
We
could
have,
use
I
some
think, a
help.
kill per minute, basically, if you look at the heroes.
73 Forge Spirits?
It's all Luna.
There's no way.
For the Eidolons, anyway.
There's no way. 106 Eidolons. See, that's more reasonable because there's, you spawn so many of them. 73 Forge Spirits. That's more than 1 a minute. My boy's feeding his friends.
All right.
Amar's going back for the Hex. His build now is seeming a little all over the place.
Very much a little all over the place, for sure.
Where
Got a
did Radiant's
Satanic, a
middle tower
Basher,
go?
and Atos. Looking at a Hex now. We've got some control, a little bit of damage, a little bit of sustainability. Not sure exactly what this Underlord is
He's got some identity issues currently.
Yeah. But if it ends up winning the game,
Yeah, whatever. I mean,
it works.
sometimes you have to pivot. I don't disagree with this. Like, he's realizing that he's not going to be this like front-lining right clicker because if he goes in, well, we saw what happened when he went in. He gets hold, he dies. Doesn't matter how tanky he is because Enigma's percentage damage. The tankier you are, the more damage he does to you.
Missing middle.
Oh, Wind Waker. Okay, so Taiga built the correct item. That's a
really good item. As long as he doesn't get blown up first, though.
yes,
right?
yes. The problem is when there are 3 black holes and you only have 1 Wind Waker.
Do the math for me, Jenkins.
By my calculations, that's too few. Say my name.
Yeah, that's an Amar spray right there. He did say his name earlier. Very authoritative voice.
Amar?
Yes.
Yeah, that's his name.
Yep, that is his name.
Magnum Scepter. Okay, I like this. He's
yeah.
He's just like, you know what? Let's just get wild in this game.
Let's get that gate. Have we seen a Feast gate?
We're portaling to their fountain. We're gonna kill Zai when he respawns.
There we go.
Oh,
there's a Hex. He's gonna try to blow him up as fast as possible. Meatball's a little bit off the mark here. Oh, this is looking a little bit scary for BZM. Turned into a sheep. That's a lot of damage. Pops the A on disc. He's got the BKB. Gonna go walk away. They've got Amar nearby. They need to get out of there. And by God, they just peace out. See you later.
Zai unfortunately got his blink canceled just at like the last second by that ice wall. I think he was looking to
use one of the holes.
Yeah. And BZM, nice positioning, putting that ice wall down to cancel Zai's blink, and then playing like at the far end of it from Zai. So
they moved the refresher, by the way.
Yeah, Wraith King.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let me see. I mean, I suppose it's because he's got a rapier, and so you can refresh the ults and get that third life. The Aegis is also coming to an end, so... Did I see Witchbane on Wraith King?
Yeah.
Witchbane.
Maybe to deal with Enfeeble or something, I don't know.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
That is very cool. Look at all the brambles. It's like Sleeping Beauty's castle over here.
Well, he can also Witchbane off the Alacrity, which is not bad. They've got the Kunkka Blink Rapier on Wraith King, so they can do this like X sieging. And there's not much that you can do about this. I mean, I suppose you have the Wind Waker. Then you're dealing with a...
You'd have to commit pretty hard, and that's very difficult, because pretty much all of their stuff has some kind of a wind-up.
It's a 4-life Wraith King, too, so not exactly the best thing to be Wind Wakering into your base.
Definitely not.
It's like inviting a bear into your house.
Don't invite bears into your house, guys. It's not a good idea.
They maul.
They do indeed.
Not the kind that you would hang out in as a kid.
Well, not... I mean, a lot of people are Zoomers now. They don't know what that means.
No, that is true. I'm sorry. Not with Dota players. Let's be real. We're all old.
Except for T-Gov. Yeah, baby.
From the core of the universe.
Look at him. Look at him. He's creeping. He's thinking about it.
He's like, if I had a portal right now, I could be in Fountain and in these trees right now.
He's tempted. He sees all these lovely Eidolons. But he's the only one who's able to really make steps out of the space right now. It's just too difficult for the rest of the team of OG. So Mar's got to be that guy. BZM is trying to push out a little bit, but immediately, you know, backing off, getting back into the safety of his base. Smoke play coming up from Liquid. It looks like they're probably going to try to punish Amar if possible, perhaps.
Now the question is, what does Amar sell for the eggs? Does he wait until he has the consumable? Is he going to sell the boots? The basher?
I feel like you can't sell the boots, right? Because the boots just make him he's so slow then. Even though he does have like the blink, right? He's got that mobility item, but there's a lot of ways to cancel it out. And you don't want to be stuck in that midnight pulse.
I just don't know if you want to sell.
Oh, big boy! BKBs! He's gonna just teleport on out. Got out a little cheeky damage on the way, too. Look at this. Look at the immediately...
Ooh,
they immediately
right.
TP to the bottom area. They know BZM's down here. BZM walks right into Insanity. Look at it. He throws out the ice wall. He's going, uh-oh, I gotta get out of here. They go in with the black hole. They're gonna get rid of this invoker right here, right now.
All right, but...
There's a
I thought the Eon disc was like, oh, you know, he might survive this, and then Matam was just no, I'm gonna go ahead and one-shot him here.
Well, he does have buyback, so not the end of the road. Amar has just been spending so much time up here now, too.
He's got it coming out. He's got his eggs. And he's getting a bloodstone. Wait a minute. Where's his eggs?
Oh, the thought there's a nightmare immediately being placed over here on Matu.
He didn't buy yet.
Dire's middle tower is
You're so excited.
I wanted to see the eggs.
So excited. Not quite there just yet. And Matu, they're gonna keep doing these cute little plays here. Just put them into sleepy mode. Force him back.
Nice for Mickey to hit the torrent there, just in case the Wind Waker comes out, keeping Matsu in the base. That could be bad.
Could be indeed.
But they're throwing like Lincoln Spheres on him, so that's even hard to do.
He's so well protected, I guess, is the thing, right? Like,
yeah.
if you initiate on him, he's got the second life, follow up. Goes for the BKB play this time. He's like, I'm tired of being nightmared. And he dares them to use something stronger on him, but they're not going to take that bait over on the side of OG.
Yeah, he has refresh BKB just in case, so he's fairly confident just using that to siege. Force out the glyph. Arguably, at this point in the game, the glyph is actually worth more than the racks because like these heroes are so strong. You can take throne in literally 3 seconds. So forcing out that glyph with BKB is actually really important. We almost have 60-minute items coming out. So, you know, we have this really nice timing from Liquid where they're really strong because they have, you know, Rapier and Sheep on Mickey and that sort of thing. But once you get those 60-minute items, like things are just chaos.
And it looks like the next item she's considering is the butterfly, but she's got so many items.
What the hell do you drop?
Yeah, exactly. That's the big question here.
Yeah.
Liquid playing in their own jungle, just gonna push out this top wave. Let's get on the high ground.
He's got a Lincoln Sphere too on Insania, so that's going to be a Lincoln Sphere that he can put on his team. That's to, you know, protect his Wraith King.
Oh,
okay,
the Eidolons. Right. Oh my goodness, they take an entire racks here, so they're going to have to send BZM back. They lose 2 racks here.
Yeah, another, you know, chaotic element of these, like, 60-minute scenarios is 25s on heroes. Like Enigma with the Eidolons, they do so much damage at this point. You summon like 15 of them or something.
+5 demonic conversion Eidolons.
Yes.
So you have a full army.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's so hard to execute fights at this point. It really comes down to like if one hero on either side gets caught out, it can be GG.
All right, Yaragi. Trying to just force them back. It is a Luna. The Glaive's bouncing. Amar's already in position here. They've popped the BKB over on Yaragi. They're just going to take as much of the base as they can. But there is a little bit of poking back and forth here in this mid lane. Boxy continuing to try to push out the wave.
Yeah, this is getting pretty spicy. I like this. You know, you got one side doing this like X play to siege the high ground, and then the other side they're using Amar to rift out. That's pretty nice. I mean, either side, there's no fort on either side. Like either side could go throne at some point. The game could just blow up.
Other Sun Strike, they realize they're in the pit. Immediately the smoke coming out for OG. They want to try to fight this, but this Roche is going down way too fast and going for the cookie hop. They want to ensure that they can pick it up. A lot of nice juicy toys on the ground. Except they're getting picked up on Mickey. Just gonna grab up that Aegis as well here as OG, they'll back off. Oh, we get a Giant's Ring. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That's a big Skelly, man.
Now, the best thing about this is it means he can drop the boots and he's still insanely fast. Like, when you're a Rapier Wraith King, you're so happy with this. All right, Fallen Sky.
Fallen Sky, that could be very good.
We put a Fallen Sky on Book of the Dead? That's one of the worst ones that you can get. Although, if we're going for some throne race, like, I mean, you know, it's good for that.
Book of Shadows, too. Very nice. Very nice for
that's a weak item. You want that. You want
the Stygia.
You want the Desolator. Deso 2, baby. Yeah, that's like the highest damage item in the game right there. Legit. You'd rather.
I was saying for positioning purposes, the Book of the Shadows is pretty nice, but
I find it to be very underwhelming. I'm always disappointed.
Hey.
Hello
What's
there.
You can't even see him because he's so large. Gem gets dropped on the ground.
That's a dope item. That's
Mirror
a good
Shield
one.
is so good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Holy
hell
shit.
yeah.
I mean, against Bane too, you're just like, well, what the hell do I do? I'm gripping myself. That came out wrong. All right.
Nice. Oh, Zai though is getting clicked down by some of these summons. That is a very long X marks the spot. My goodness.
He is just not even able to clear that because the Book of the Dead.
He's just walking right. Yeah, look at this.
Oh, looks like the Book of the Dead building into an Octarine core. Very nice. Now it's Invoker. Pressure Invoker, Strength Blink. This man has fallen.
Oh my god. Matu, just giant skeleton man. This looks like a Dark Souls boss at this point.
Yeah. High Lord Walnir. That's the skeleton boss. In Dark Souls. Yeah, he looks like that guy.
He looks like him.
He really does.
It was a very easy.
It's a super easy fight.
Super easy
It's a really
this is not
easy
looking as easy.
No, this is looking tough. Oh, force boots. Nobody's using force boots? Okay, that's like the best neutral item. Pure 5.
Oh, they go for the black hole play over on BZM. They've had enough of his nonsense. He pops the BKB. He's got to run, though. He's got to get out of there fast. He's just throwing out meatballs, using all the spells possible. Goes for the refresher, trying to run away here. Zai, he's got the BKB. They want this Invoker, but they can't get their hands on him. He's too fast. They cannot close the gap on BZM. He's just running for his life. Look at this man.
Oh, he is so enthused to be alive right now. Clearly.
Fight me indeed, but you gotta catch him first. Got Arcanist armor, and we've got...
to be honest, that's the look of somebody who just shit their pants. Like, is just looking...
You sound like you'd be an expert
dead serious.
on that.
Yeah, you look dead serious because you're like, oh no, I'm on camera.
Just got play cool, play cool.
Yeah, that was nice though.
Nobody using force boots.
I think Zai actually used the refresher for that too. So I don't know if he used the refresher shard or the Apex. Oh baby.
Use the we just have the refresher orb on cooldown.
Okay. And the shard is gone?
Shard is gone.
Okay, so he used both actually. So he still has 1 black hole left. So they're fighting into 1 black hole instead of 3.
That's a little bit more doable, I think, for OG, but still very scary when you consider how big Mr. Matu is. Immediately, BZM, they're like, nope, get in the car, get out of here. Misha, get this car. And they're gone. Even going for that BKB. Woo, this is a high-stress, high-tension game.
Yeah, at some point, one team is going to just throne the other while all 5 are
They all have buyback, too.
That's why I feel like a throne play, like a surprise throne play will happen, which that's what it looked like to me that OG was setting up.
So all the trees got taken down.
Yeah, that's an issue. I mean, Zai can basically deforest the Amazon at this point if he wanted to.
Can we talk about how sad Taiga is? Like, he bought one of the most expensive items, and that's basically been it for this dude. Look at his items. That's what feels bad.
Yeah.
But he's got big aspirations, right? He's got the MKB and the Ags.
You know, the sad thing is, like, his net worth doesn't even look that bad because it's just that expensive.
It's that expensive. It's insane. Matu clicking away on the tower.
Top tower has fallen.
Look at all these Eidolons. Oh, my word. But, I mean, they have a good high ground defense, right? You mean, consider you've got a Luna, it's got all the glaives are going to be bouncing. You've got the Firestorm coming off from the Underlord. And of course, you've got a tornado to help clear out a little bit and meatballs, but...
Oh, Zai's got his own book.
Just getting silly. Very silly.
This is just like a battle of the demons down here.
Yeah, honestly, you just keep sending out your summons and you see which one are more powerful.
I don't know who's winning.
I think Liquid, with the way that they're just running here into the base and being able to pull these shenanigans, is looking pretty good. We've got double cheese on deck.
I'm not...
The double-decker cheese.
I'm not even sure if Megas matters that much at this point. I think it's just picking somebody off who doesn't have buyback. I mean, this is a really nice...
I mean, they all have buyback. This is going to be quite the war.
I suppose, like, picking somebody off who has buyback, forcing them to buyback, and then killing them again. Like, that's what the game is boiling down to at this point. Because either side, when you get into these late-game scenarios, like, both sides have their strengths. Because 25 talents and neutral items, like, they're just insane.
Now, they make the game very interesting, and they're also designed to make the game end. But when you've got this kind of a matchup here, you got to be feeling that tension.
Here we go.
Okay, there it is. Fall in the sky, but they have that. When you're throwing him up in the air, it's going to immediately pull him back. See, taking a lot of damage. How many Aeon discs do we have at this point in this game?
A lot. Well, there's so many items that Boxy has a tier 5 neutral item in his backpack, and he's using Apex on a pause 4 Weaver.
That sounds about right.
Just let that sink in for a second. Your position 4 is using Apex. But Tumba's like, I don't want that shit. Get it out of here.
He's got a giant string. He's a big baddie. Look at Amar, though. He's trying to man-fight him. Classic Amar.
They both do literally 0 damage to each other.
I know. They just stare at each other, and it's like one of those skits, right, where they take off their glove and like slap the other person. It's more to hurt their pride than to actually hurt them at this rate.
It seems like a British thing to me, to slap with the glove.
I think it's a French or British thing.
Oh,
European thing in general.
It's a European thing for sure, yeah.
I could be wrong.
Have we seen a Torrent Storm yet? I feel like there
No,
hasn't
we
been a
haven't
fight
seen
since
Waterbender yet.
since he's gotten that. It's the later the game goes, the better that ability is. It's so disruptive, and you know, I would imagine he is level 30 on Kunko, or is going to get level 30, and so he's going to have all of the Torrent talents. Well,
How many BKBs on deck though too?
Yeah, but it lasts so
All right.
long.
Oh, nice blink away here. But again. All right, that is the Eclipse that got used. They do have the Aghanim Scepter on Yoragi, but like,
Of course he
it's
has an Ags. Yeah,
We're
naturally.
67 minutes into the game. Like, everybody should be kitted out except for poor Taiga, who still has the same items that he's had.
I mean,
he's got to save up for that buyback, though.
Amar hasn't either, because he's just like, he's still
Amar has an
contemplating.
identity crisis.
All right,
He needs to finish up the Abyssal, right?
He's going back for the Abyssal. Like, he had Aghanims queued up to literally 10 seconds ago. So he's finally getting that. He's like, the Ags is too insane. Although,
I don't even know. I still think the Ags is potentially good. Like, we're talking about these plays.
I think for a throne play with it.
All right. Matu, he's in. No.
Slowly but surely, they're winning
This is
the game.
the worst way to win Dota.
Yeah.
Like, it's the slow bleed out.
But number one, it's the only way to win Dota at this point. And number two, it's also a way worse way to lose Dota.
Yes, it's way worse.
That is
just watching helplessly, like, what can I do? I can't hit him.
I just question what I'm looking at when I see a Stygian Desolator Octarine.
Okay, all right, Amar, he's in. Nightmare comes out. They've got some of those creeps hitting the base, but there's a big Cataclysm coming in. Can they take down this Wraith King? Now he's back up again. They sweeper. There's a Black Hole coming out from Zai with that BKB. He's already trying to intersect them. They'll be able to take down first of the Taiga. He won't fall. Amar, right back in the Simbi Amar Taiga. Flying back again. They want to get in there. They have another Black Hole over here on the side to try to put enough damage out. Overall, they'll be able to take down Misha. Misha buying back. They're going right back in again. They want to get these kills. Yoragi don't score it. He gets the kill outside. There is no Enigma. Does have buyback though. As the rest of the team on the hunt, the buyback for the Enigma box. He's running for his life as he gets another kill. And Sania will fall. More buybacks. The base is getting hit though with these creeps. As these fights go on, they've sent the troops down the mid lane as they take a moment to breathe after a big battle, and a lot of buybacks expanded. And Jenkins, Roshan is up and alive. Do they try to challenge? Can they even challenge? There is no Black Hole on the Enigma. But this Roche is going down so fast, I don't think they get there in time. Matsu on his own refresher now too. Good God.
There's just so little to analyze at this point in the game. It's like, that fight was just Zai trying to hit anybody with Black Hole.
Yoragi, they've got the alacrity. We have another Aeon disc. Look at the amount of refreshers and the amount of Aeon discs in this game. I think has to be a new record.
Yeah, these are just like the late game items, and Zai takes the Aegis because everybody else is slotted, so he doesn't have much of a choice.
Oh my God, a double damage for Namatu. Look at this damage. Oh my God. Luna has too much stuff.
Naturally.
Luna has way too much stuff.
Yeah,
Highest amount of last hits at least, but
go ahead and throw that in the old stash to the Satanic. Yeah, I'll use that.
put it in the bag with everything else.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. I love this kind of Dota. This is like so much fun to see. What do you do when your back's up against the wall? Does everybody have an Aeon disc over on the side of OG now? I guess no. They don't have one on the Bane. They don't have one on the...
Surprisingly.
It feels like everybody has it though, but they don't. All right, all right. Another smoke play here coming out from OG. They're looking to poke. They're looking for some sort of engagement refresher on Luna. Again, reminder that there is a refresher on the Wraith King. Shard on the Enigma. This is gonna be one heck of a battle. It all comes down to who gets the jump on who.
This is gonna sound absolutely insane.
Everything you say sounds insane.
Well, it's also 71 minutes in. I feel like the Tubba Man is not actually doing damage, even though he has a literal rapier. Like,
they're so tanky.
It's just, they're so tanky. And because he has this refresher, they're somehow able to kind of ignore him and just go for everybody else. Like, the support's lives are the most important at this point in the game for both sides. BZM
gets found out here. Does have buyback. That'll be the Snapfire Kisses that get used. So they do find themselves a pick-off on the side of Liquid. That could be enough to open the door. But again, they do have buyback on Invoker.
Nullifier has insane value at this point because there's...
Oh my god, yeah.
There's like the Wind Waker, there's all of the Eon discs that you were talking about. It's like, when you get a Nullifier against like just a Necrophos or just one Eon disc, it feels good. When you get it against like 5, it feels like literally just the most busted item in the game. So great pickup from Mickey.
All right, Liquid making their way towards the base again. Look at all these Eidolons. Yargi just throwing out those Lucent Beams, trying to clear out the creep wave. And again, this is a Luna at 72 minutes in, so pretty easy to do, but it's also very scary to approach the creeps.
And at this point, I'm sure that Megas doesn't even matter. Like, this is, you make this play on Liquid because it's really all you can do, but it honestly doesn't matter that much. It's going to boil down entirely to somebody getting picked off without buyback, or Zai using all of his black holes and then not having one up, and then OG just literally runs down mid. It's like, yes, it looks like Liquid is ahead in this game. Yes, it looks like they have full control of this game, but all it takes is one opening for OG and they can run down mid and instantly end the game. So it could go either way.
And just cleaning up all these creeps. A jump forward from Matu. He's in. He's looking to see if he can blow anybody up as quickly as possible. Amar already, though, is looking to try to get people out. He does get hex up. There it is. There's the black hole over onto 3-5. Perfect positioning, but it's not going to be able to do it. There it is. Second black hole is going to be able to grab the Luna. They'll take down Misha. They'll take down Uragi. Uragi going to have to buy back immediately as they do get the kill. Over onto Amar. They need more damage, though. They need to take down this Wraith King. They'll take him down once, but he's coming right back up again. OG looking to find the entry to go and just continue this fight, but it's so hard. They almost managed to get the kill. It's like, all right, oh, Uragi, he goes in very, very deep. He's got to run, though. Matu's hot on his heels. They're going to chase him. The Hex comes out from BZM, though. Can they keep it alive long enough so that Uragi can get back into the fountain? Too much damage. No, they'll be able to save him just in the nick of time, but there it is. They're going to try to drag Taiga right back out using the black hole. They'll get the kill on Taiga. He does not have buyback. Mickey sitting a little bit lower on the side. Uragi trying to man fight over here onto Matu. That's going to be another reincarnation. He's coming right back up again. Stunned into place. Follow up with the tornado. Uragi looking for the moment to go and drop that Lucent Beam, but they're just focusing down over on the buildings. They know that they don't have the buyback on a lot of these heroes. Meteor's getting dropped, just trying to push them away the Tsar, but they call GG. Team Liquid. Just absolutely.
Dire wins
That last fight.
So hard to make the right call at that point in the game. I liked what they were doing with the sieging. I loved the patience, especially from Zai, because, like, he's the reason that that was so hard for OG, that he wasn't just like,